Chapter 31. Fight Ling Yu again. Impossible. Mu Shan cried out in alarm. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to reach the 6th stage of body tempering, there was no way he would dare to take his fist head-on. At this moment, his fist was suddenly grabbed by a hand, causing him incomparable pain in his wrist. Then, with a snap, his bones were crushed. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but compared to Yang Zhan, how could you not be a piece of trash? Lin Ling said with a cold expression. His words caused Mu Shan's forehead to be covered in cold sweat. Then, with a bang, a fist covered in black light smashed into his face. Mu Shan's jaw was knocked off, and he was sent flying backward. He crashed into the ground far away, unconscious. He defeated Mu Shan with one punch. Everyone's pupils constricted. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Ignoring the astonishment of the people around him, Lin Ling walked toward Jiangshan Fortress. At this moment, Jiang Shanshou was drinking wine, but his face was full of shock. He did not expect Lin Ling to defeat Mu Shan so easily. This was beyond his imagination. After all, every new disciple who entered the inner sect would need at least 1 or 2 years to be a match for the older disciples. However, Lin Ling did it. But now, Jiang Shansha was a bit nervous. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? Don't be too arrogant. His voice was no longer as calm as before. I'm arrogant? Before this, you were the one who was arrogant. Don't forget who stopped me. Lin Ling said expressionlessly. When he arrived in front of Jiangshan Fortress, he snatched the deerskin wineskin from his hand, raised his hand, and poured the wine from the wineskin onto Jiangshan Fortress's head. Who? The sound of people sucking in cold air rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually doused Jiangshan with wine. This was a naked insult. You are courting death. With the wine pouring on his head, Jiangshan's stopper was so angry that his whole body was trembling. I dare you to say that one more time. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His gang qi surged, and 6 streams of black spirit qi roared like dragons. Me. Jiang Shansai's face changed. That surging heavenly qi protecting his body caused fear to well up in his heart. He could feel that Lin Ling's heavenly qi protecting his body was extremely terrifying. It was different from an ordinary person's. This kind of momentum could only be felt when facing his senior apprentice brother at the 7th stage of body transformation. For a moment, he was so scared that he couldn't speak. Which peak are you from? Lin Ling said in a low voice. I'm a disciple of Fekta Peak. Jiang Shansai said subconsciously. He was obviously afraid. Go back and tell your elders, if they want to vent their anger, then don't send trash here. Also, half a year later, Alcade Peak will still belong to my master, Hua Leitaying. Get lost. Following Lin Ling's shout, get lost, Jiangshan Fortress did not even want his most cherished deerskin wine bag, he fled in terror. The surrounding disciples all paled and took a step back one after another. Mu Shan and Jiang Shansai were stronger than Lin Ling. The two of them did not see Lin Ling's inner disciple assessment and did not believe that Lin Ling had such strength. They wanted to fight for their respective peaks, but in the end, not only did they not vent their anger, one of them was sent flying with a single punch, and the other fled in shame. Lin Ling's strength clearly surpassed the two of them by a large margin, and was easily defeated. However, didn't Lin Ling consume pills to exhaust his potential? How did he break through to the 6th stage of body transformation? Everyone was shocked. That guy is the new rising disciple? He just entered the inner sect and already defeated 2 senior apprentice brothers. He has some skill. The inner sect's genius disciples are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. He's just a small fry. In the distance, 2 figures looked at the scene in the square, indifferently discussing. At this moment, if anyone knew their names, they would definitely be shocked. They were the current 2nd and 3rd ranked inner disciples, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin. Right, that guy Nuba hasn't come out yet? Occupying the first place of the inner sect disciples, it's time for him to move. Humph, he wants to surpass us by far and become a core disciple. However, the three of us are all at the 9th stage of body transformation. It's still unknown who can break through faster and enter the 10th stage of body transformation. I'm looking forward to stepping on Nuba. Someone made a move. It was Leng Yu, who was ranked 20th in the inner sect. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation. That new disciple is in for a hard time. The two of them spoke calmly. Suddenly, one of them gloated. At the same time, an arrogant voice came from the square. How impressive. Lin Ling, you only know how to bully the weak. When you meet me, you can only obediently kneel down. The voice was deafening. The crowd was forcibly separated and a one-armed youth strode out. His face was ferocious and his entire body emitted a tyrannical aura. It's Leng Yu. Right, during the inner sect assessment, Leng Yu wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson as a senior apprentice brother, but was interrupted by Huolei Taing. Today, he must be here to vent his anger. Many people were startled. Soon after, a disciple whispered. Leng Yu was not like Mushin. This time, Lin Ling was in big trouble. It's you. Lin Ling frowned. He had an impression of this guy. He was at the 7th stage of body transformation and his strength was very strong. He was definitely not at the bottom of the inner sect disciples. The enmity between you and me was interrupted by your master last time. Today, let's settle it. The humiliation your master gave me, today, your disciple will pay for it. Stopping his steps, Leng Yu indifferently stared at Lin Ling. He had seen Mushin defeated and guessed that Lin Ling had reached the 6th stage of body transformation. But this level of cultivation was not enough to move him. Enmity? Lin Ling sneered. He had enmity with Leng Yu? It was obvious that Leng Yu was looking for trouble. He challenged him and then was defeated by his master. When had he ever provoked Leng Yu? But this guy was the same as the others in the Gu Yen sect. There was no reason to speak of. It all depended on strength. If you say there is enmity, then there is enmity. It just so happens that I also want to test my strength at the 7th stage of body transformation. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Ling calmly said. Both Mushin and Mushin were soft persimmons. He had won without even using 40% of his strength. But Leng Yu was different. He was a worthy opponent. You dare to test my strength? Good, I want to see how much weight you have. Lin Ling's calm words clearly angered Leng Yu. His entire body's aura surged out. It was a kind of aura mixed with red and white. It was extremely terrifying. I practice a 3rd level skill, Yin Flame skill. Today, I will let you see what makes me one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. Yin Flame 9 legs. He slightly lifted his leg. His calf was like a red-hot iron. The temperature in the square suddenly rose. A 3rd level skill. You must know that a skill is much rarer than a martial art. This Leng Yu must have had a lucky chance. Some disciples enviously said. In the same stage, there were many factors that determined victory or defeat. Talent, martial arts, skill, etc. Leng Yu had a high-level skill and his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling could not win. A 3rd level skill? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with ridicule. His skill was the 10th level 9 dragon skill. Leng Yu wanted to be arrogant with a mere 3rd level skill? Whoosh! At this time, a meteor shot over. It was Leng Yu's leg. I will cripple you with one leg. His leg was like fire. But strangely, there was a cold feeling in the heat. It was extremely strange. It was said that this Yin Flame skill was cultivated with the help of a pill. The pill was called corpse blood pill. It was refined with a human corpse as the main ingredient. After taking it for many years, Leng Yu's temperament was extremely gloomy. You don't have the strength. Chapter 32. Crushing Leng Yu. Lin Ling was using a big sword, which relied on strength to win, not a light and graceful sword. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. The sword was stepped on by Yi Futian's leg, and the surface of the sword emitted a sizzling sound of boiling water. In the next moment, Lin Ling's body glided backward. However, Lin Ling was not injured. His protective qi was extremely strong. How is this possible? Clang! Leng Yu's face turned ugly when he did not defeat Lin Ling in one move and only made Lin Ling retreat. You're really lucky. One more move and I'll take your life. Clang! 100 ghost coffin bearers. Clang! Whoosh! He shot toward Lin Ling again. In midair, he raised his leg high, and his protective energy surged, forming a strange coffin shape. The coffin wrapped around his leg and swept toward Lin Ling. What a strange martial art. Clang! Many people's faces changed. Some experienced people guessed that this fire art should be a fire and water element martial art. As a martial artist's strength increased, his martial art path became more specialized. For example, metal element martial arts, wood element martial arts, and other elements of the 5 elements martial arts. In addition, it was said that there were wind, thunder, lightning, dark, light, ghost, and so on. Similarly, martial arts were divided into different elements. He really knows a lot of martial arts. Clang! Lin Ling furrowed his brows. Up until now, he had realized that he didn't know many martial arts. Pluto Bone Shattering Fist and Reverse Blood Art. Pluto Bone Shattering Fist's rank was too low, so it wasn't suitable to be used against powerful warriors. Reverse Blood Art was more of an auxiliary martial art. Just as he was thinking about it, that coffin-like kick swept towards him. Lin Ling raised his sword to block it. Clang! The leg swept the bronze sword. Lin Ling's arm shook, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. Although he had protective energy, his cultivation level was still lower than Leng Yu's. Fly! Clang! The leg stopped in front of the sword. Leng Yu's leg suddenly exerted force, sweeping Lin Ling and his sword away. Clang! Clang! The air exploded from the kick as Lin Ling's body flew backwards. However, at the critical moment, his greatsword stabbed into the ground, stopping the momentum of his flying backwards. A long sword mark was left on the ground. The intense confrontation between the two of them attracted a lot of attention. Many disciples were extremely excited. Leng Yu is indeed one of the top 20 inner disciples. His strength is terrifying. I wonder when I will be able to reach his level. You? Dream on. However, Lin Ling was starting to lose. It wouldn't be long before he lost. With Leng Yu's temperament, she would probably cripple Lin Ling's 4 limbs. Lin Ling was able to block 2 of Leng Yu's moves with his strength at the 6th stage of body transformation. This is already not bad. Ignoring the voices around him, Leng Yu maintained his raised right foot and stared into the distance with disdain. I thought you would have some strength, but in the end, I didn't even use my full strength before you couldn't block me. You really disappoint me. But I won't kill you. It's just that I lost an arm back then, so I like it when my opponent is also crippled. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger than he had imagined, it was only so. In the distance, Lin Ling knelt on one knee. He patted his clothes and slowly stood up. His gaze was fixed into the distance. Is that so? I didn't use my full strength either. Leng Yu's smile instantly froze. His ferocious face surged with killing intent. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly humiliated him. Fighting with him, Leng Yu, this Lin Ling actually didn't use his full strength at the beginning. Could it be that he was looking down on him? The surroundings were also in an uproar. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin both smiled faintly. For a moment, they were somewhat curious. They obviously didn't fully believe Lin Ling's words. They just took it as Lin Ling's words to show off. I really hate you more and more. Die. The protective aura around Lang Yu's body surged and flowed like water towards his only arm. Finally, it formed a ghostly fire in his palm. I originally wanted to save this move for the competition between the 6 peaks, but thanks to you, I'll let you see it in advance. The ghostly fire in Lang Yu's palm kept jumping. This was the martial art that accompanied his Yin fire skill. It condensed the protective aura around his body and turned it into a ghostly fire. When the protective aura was condensed, his defense naturally decreased, but his attack increased. This martial art had already reached the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. Whoosh! Holding the ghostly fire in his hand, he shot it directly at Lin Ling. Interesting. In the distance, Ning Fei and Xiao Lin were slightly moved. Obviously, even they didn't dare to underestimate this move. Condensing all the protective aura around his body in his hand. If my 9 dragons force could be used like this, it would definitely be powerful. Lin Ling's face was calm, but he was a little surprised. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and put his left hand into his mouth and gently bit it. Reverse blood skill. He had reached the 6th level of body tempering, and the strength of his body was more than 6,000 pounds. The reverse blood skill had also increased his speed and attack power, and his strength had reached more than 7,000 pounds. This was his trump card. Whoosh! Blood flowed in reverse and his body was hazy. Lin Ling didn't retreat but went straight ahead. Everywhere he passed, the hazy fog dragged a tail, which was extremely dazzling. What is that? Everyone's eyes narrowed. They didn't understand what martial art Lin Ling was using. They couldn't even see Lin Ling's figure with their naked eyes. So fast. Ling Yu's face changed. A huge aura covered the sky. The figure in front of him seemed to have overdrawn his vitality to release his strongest attack. My ghostly fire. Ling Yu also noticed that the ghostly fire in his palm had dimmed. Unless you're at the 8th level of body tempering, you've lost. The cold voice came from afar. In the next moment, there was a rumbling sound. The ghostly fire in Lang Yu's palm collided with a large sword. Waves of air surged, blowing many people off their feet. As for Lang Yu, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Rumble. After the waves of air, spiritual energy exploded. In the next moment, Lang Yu seemed to have encountered an unprecedentedly powerful attack. His body flew backwards and smashed into the ground with a bang. In the strongest collision, he had lost to the large sword. As he flew backwards, he saw black spiritual energy swirling around the surface of the large sword. It was extremely terrifying. He couldn't understand how Lin Ling could suddenly increase his speed and attack power. His strength was instantly stronger than his. Could it be that Lin Ling used a martial art? Or was it that Lin Ling's cultivation method was stronger than his? Or did he eat a pill? Lying on the ground, Ling Yu's mind was spinning wildly. His eyes were filled with panic. He knew that he had lost this battle. His speed and attack power have both increased. He can jump levels to fight. Could it be that he ate a pill? After a brief moment of silence, the shocked voices of the disciples sounded out. If it wasn't a pill, then the cultivation method he cultivates is of a higher level than Ling Yu's. Moreover, the rank of his martial art is not low. His aura shield is extremely strange. There are 6 black spiritual energy swirling around it. I have never seen it before. In the distance, Ning Fei frowned. This battle was beyond his expectations. This newcomer who had just entered the inner sect rose very quickly. In one battle, he stood in the top 20 of the inner sect disciples. Is it a pill, a cultivation method, or a martial art? But if it's a cultivation method, it's at least a 4th rank cultivation method. After all, Ling Yu's cultivation method is already a 3rd rank cultivation method. Shaolin said with a dignified expression. Chapter 33. Frivolous and unrestrained. In this world, geniuses were like carps crossing a river. Some were blessed by the heavens and rose to the top, some were well prepared and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, but no matter which one it was, they did not like to see it, because it would affect their status. And Lin Ling, in their hearts, was a well-prepared newcomer, a genius who could challenge those of a higher rank. You did not disappoint me, at least you made me use all my strength. As a reward, I will cripple your remaining arm. Bang! On the square, Lin Ling dragged his great sword, the tip of the sword cutting the ground as he walked step by step towards Len Yu. His sword was not light and nimble, but vigorous and domineering. In Len Yu's eyes, it was extremely dazzling. Len Yu felt as if he was looking at a tyrannical king of swords walking towards him. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. What do you want to do? Bang! I said, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Lin Ling said expressionlessly. This is Gu Yan's sect. Although inner disciples can challenge at any time, but to casually cripple someone, where are the rules of the sect? Len Yu panicked. At this moment, he only wanted to grab onto a life-saving straw. His panicked appearance made many disciples sigh. This was the first time they saw Len Yu show the attitude of a weakling. Does Gu Yan's sect have rules? Bang! Lin Ling laughed mockingly. If there were rules, when he won the inner disciple assessment, did anyone stand up and speak up? Taking turns to fight, bullying the weak with the strong, there was only a gloating smile. The so-called rules of the sect, in fact, speak with strength. If you win, you cripple my arms. If you lose, I will cripple your arm. Bang! Accompanied by Lin Ling's low voice, the great sword slashed across and chopped off Len Yu's other arm. The pain caused him to roll on the ground. From today onwards, he would become an armless person from a one-armed man. This was a result he brought upon himself. Moreover, both his arms were chopped off. This result was even more unbearable than death. He, Len Yu, would never have thought that in just a short month, the Lin Ling he looked down on previously, would now stand on top of his head. I thought you were great, but you are only so-so. Coldly glaring at Len Yu, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and swept his gaze across the crowd. Nobody dared to match his gaze. In the past, he stood aloof from worldly affairs. But now, these people bullied him because he was the weakest, mocking and humiliating him. Now that he had acted so decisively, those people became as fearful as ghosts and gods. At this moment, he finally experienced the benefits of being powerful. In the distance, Ning Fei and the other man glanced at Len Yu indifferently. They ignored her and stared at Lin Ling. Ning Fei pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, Your potential is not bad, but I want to ask, did you eat medicinal pills, or did you cultivate a high-level cultivation technique? If it's a cultivation technique, then tell me what rank it is. His voice was ethereal and formless, as if it came from the horizon, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw two stalagmites protruding from the mountain peak in the distance. The tip of the stalagmite was only the size of a candle. Two figures stood on top of the stalagmite, looking as steady as a mountain. Below the stalagmite was a few hundred meters tall, but the two of them looked extremely calm. These two people's skills were obviously very high, and could not be underestimated. However, everyone was puzzled, and for a moment, they did not know who these two young men were. Lin Ling frowned, his eyes quietly watching. Then, through his eyes, he saw that the flames in their dantian were very vigorous, like a volcano. Compared to Len Yu, these two people were much stronger, much stronger. It seems that there are many hidden powerhouses within the Gu Yan sect's inner court disciples. Lin Ling secretly said. He guessed that the other party's strength was definitely at the 8th stage of body transformation, or even higher. However, these two people's questions made him very uncomfortable. It must be known that martial artists' cultivation techniques were mostly secrets, and others would not easily ask about them. This was a taboo. Because to tell others about one's cultivation technique and martial arts was tantamount to exposing one's back to the enemy. Unless one's feelings were deep, otherwise who would do such a thing? Therefore, these people's words were too rude. Lin Ling lightly said, before asking people, shouldn't you first tell them about your cultivation technique or martial arts? You really are a strong newcomer. I was just curious, and you asked me back. On the stalagmite, Ning Fei slightly frowned, and calmly said, if you want to know, it's not impossible. However, in this world, strength is respected. If you are stronger than me, I can tell you. However, it seems that you are not, and I have the strength to kill you. Therefore, the one who must answer this question is you. The young man's words were very naked and very strong. It was clear that he was stronger than you, so you must answer. Senior Ning Fei, why are you suddenly so curious about a junior brother's martial arts? I remember you said that in the Gu Yen sect, other than Nu Ba, no one can arouse your interest. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. A young woman in white clothes walked over slowly. She was like a proud daughter of the heavens, and she carried arrogance and grace. Everywhere she passed, the eyes of the crowd lit up. Master Mu's disciple, Yuer. At the same time, Lin Ling heard Yuer's soft voice, Lin Ling, these two people are not to be trifled with. They are the second and third genius powerhouses of the inner court, Ning Fei and Shaolin. Even I may not be their opponent. Lin Ling's heart was somewhat shocked. The second and third ranking of the inner court disciples? After the crowd heard Yuer call out Senior Ning Fei, they immediately exploded. They had heard of these two people's names. Ning Fei, Yuheng Peak's proud disciple, represented the entire Yuheng Peak's young talents. This kind of powerhouse was usually elusive, and disdained to meet with other disciples. They did not expect to see him here today. Shaolin was Mazang Peak's proud disciple, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Ignoring the surrounding surprised voices, the young man in white smiled and said, I was just curious for a moment. However, since Junior Sisterin said so, then we won't ask. In any case, the answer doesn't matter. Although he said so, his gaze toward Lin Ling carried a hint of coldness. That's good. Lin Ling is Master's new disciple. He has just entered the inner court and has not yet adapted. If you want to exchange in the future, he will naturally help you. And Yuer smiled slightly. After saying goodbye, she took Lin Ling and left. Ning Fei and Shaolin's faces were ugly. However, they still had to give face to Yuer, so they could only stare at Lin Ling's back. Lin Ling left indifferently. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the two people and smiled faintly. That smile made Ning Fei and Shaolin frown even more. They knew that Lin Ling was not afraid of them, which made them a little annoyed. Ning Fei's strength is very strong. In the younger generation of the Gu Yen sect, only two people are stronger than him. Moreover, among the four major sects of the 100,000 Mountains, he also represents the younger generation of the Gu Yen sect. There are no more than 20 people who are stronger than him. Shaolin is not weak either. You are not their opponent now. Along the way, Yuer looked at Lin Ling and said. The scene in the square before, she heard the news and came. She was worried about Lin Ling, but she did not expect Lin Ling to even defeat Lin Yu. This growth speed made her extremely surprised. Chapter 34. Returning to the burial ground. Thank you, Seniorin. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. Hee, there's still half a year left. If you want to rise in the Six Peaks competition and protect Alcade Peak, they are all opponents you must face. I'm just reminding you. Thank you. Seeing Lin Ling return to his normal appearance, Yuer smiled and took out a palm-sized snail and handed it to Lin Ling. This is a mother and child insect. It has the ability to transmit sound. You can keep it. If there's anything, you can transmit sound to me. Thank you. This snail is a mother and child insect. It's really strange. Strange. Lin Ling looked at it carefully. He had seen this kind of insect at the auction in Mountain View Town. The snail in his hand was green and slightly wriggled, making him curious. Don't kill it. It's very expensive. Remember, feed it some pills every day. Enuer couldn't help but smile. When this junior brother wasn't cold, he gave people a feeling of innocence. Okay. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He said a few words to Enuer and left the ancient face sect. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling defeating Lan Yu quietly spread in the ancient face sect. The elders of the various peaks were surprised, but they didn't take it to heart. But Xian Feng was different. Knowing that his former enemy had not only not stagnated, but had even established himself as an inner disciple, he was furious. On the other side, Lin Ling was heading towards the burial ground. He was currently lacking cultivation resources. Although the spirit-gathering pill was still effective, the demand was too large. According to his guess, he would need at least 10 bottles, which was 1,000 pills. This amount was too much for him. Therefore, he had to find other ways to increase his strength, and the burial ground was his only choice. The burial ground was still desolate, and a deathly stillness pervaded the air. Whoosh! Lin Ling shot through the first avenue. After reaching the 6th stage of body transformation, it was easier to pass through the iron spear array. After a moment, he passed through the first avenue and stopped, looking up. He saw that the entire avenue was spiraling all the way to the top of the mountain. Now that he had reached the 2nd avenue, he was closer to the top. What danger is hidden in the 2nd avenue? Lin Ling stood there quietly, trying to see the lost time through his eyes. However, after standing still for a while, the lost time did not appear on the ancient path. How could there not be? Lin Ling was puzzled. However, the appearance of lost time was very mysterious. He could not summon it at will, and it depended on luck. Of course, although the timing of its appearance was not controlled by Lin Ling, each time it appeared, it was of great help to Lin Ling. Perhaps the lost time does not appear in front of the Grand Tao, but in the middle of it. Therefore, I can only see it by moving forward. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed inwardly. Right now, there were no volunteers to help him. He could only rely on himself. Moreover, the reason why he insisted on entering was because he had obtained the inverse blood technique from the first path of the bone burial ground. Hence, he guessed that his gains from the 2nd path should not be small. To put it bluntly, he was profiting from the dead and picking up the treasures left behind by his predecessors. Reverse blood technique. Lin Ling put his middle finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. After all the blood in his body boiled, he stepped into the 2nd path. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Ling did not dare to be negligent. There's nothing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he carefully advanced. However, he knew that sometimes, the quieter it was, the greater the danger. Bang! As expected, there was a strange sound in front of him. The soil surged, and then a huge figure quietly appeared. The figure seemed to have walked out of the rock. After it gradually became clear, Lin Ling saw that it was a 3-meter-tall terracotta figure. Damn, what the hell is this? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Whoosh! At this time, the terracotta figure shot over. It did not seem to be carved from stone at all. It was extremely sensitive, as if the figure was wrapped in a living person. No wonder it's so quiet. It's actually hiding such a monster. Lin Ling's mouth could not help but twitch, but soon he laughed. He drew his sword and slashed at the terracotta figure. I don't care if you're a person or a rock. If you want to block my path, then let's see if you have the qualifications. Bang! The terracotta figure punched out. It was simple and unadorned. However, when it collided with the sword, Lin Ling immediately felt a terrifying force. This force was probably at least 8,000 Jin. This meant that the terracotta figure was at the 8th level of physique tempering stage. How could Lin Ling block the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage? His body flew backwards. If it wasn't for the strong defensive aura around his body, he would have been injured by this move. Bang! The terracotta figure did not give Lin Ling a chance to catch his breath. It stepped on the ground and pounced again. What a powerful monster. I finally understand. With an 8th level of physique tempering stage figurine, no wonder no one dares to come to the burial ground. Lin Ling stabilized his body and instead of retreating, he advanced. Bang bang bang. In the second path, the rumbling sounds were endless. Lin Ling obviously did not intend to retreat. He wanted to use the terracotta figure to increase his combat experience. Time passed slowly. A rumbling sound resounded in the path. The 3-meter-tall terracotta figure's body cracked open and turned into gravel. In front of the gravel, Lin Ling was breathing heavily. His body was covered with wounds of various sizes. His grip on the sword was also unstable. If I didn't have the heaven-level Yuan recovery pill and the strong recovery ability of the Black Spirit Chi, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to defeat it. Looking at the gravel with a strange look, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Although the terracotta figure had the strength of an 8th level of physique tempering stage, it was ultimately not a human. As long as he was familiar with its attack patterns, Lin Ling could still defeat it with difficulty. After resting for a moment, Lin Ling continued forward. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was an old man of about 60 years old. The old man had a goatee on his face and was sitting cross-legged. Looking at his heavy breathing, it seemed that he was also recovering his strength. It has finally appeared. That is the passing of time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Just as he had guessed, the passing of time in the 2nd Avenue was not in front of the road, but in the middle of the road. This damn place almost took my life. I, Ghost Monkey, used the concealing chi art to avoid the 1st Avenue. Who would have thought that the 2nd Avenue was actually the building ghost terracotta figure? Fortunately, I, Ghost Monkey, have stolen many things over the years and have many life-saving treasures. Otherwise, would have really died here. The old man muttered to himself, his words carrying a sense of pride. Lin Ling shook his head with a strange look. He knew that this old man called Ghost Monkey might have really died here. After all, what he saw was the passing of time. Those valiant terracotta figures are actually called the building ghost terracotta figure. What an appropriate name. This old man is called Ghost Monkey, and he has stolen many things. Could he be a thief? Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. Then he heard the old man say, "In my life, I have stolen many treasures. But if there is one thing that I cannot understand, it is only this pill." This pill was stolen from a descendant of the 8 great ancient clans. It is called the Black Tortoise Chi Suppressing Pill. But the effects of this pill, I'm afraid that only alchemists know. Shall I swallow it or not? Maybe it can cure me of the ice silkworm poison. The old man held a jade bottle in his hand and hesitated. But in the end, he gave up. Forget it. Let's go. The old man stood up and walked forward. But what happened next caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. As the old man walked forward, 2 ancient figures walked out from the stone wall. They were the terracotta figures on the 1st floor. This time, there were 2 of them. Chapter 35. Senior Sister Anne's Invitation. Bang! 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 After a fierce battle, the passage of time disappeared. It was obvious that the old man had died in the path. Before he died, he was filled with unwillingness. Although he was not weak, he seemed to have been poisoned. Coupled with the 2 terracotta figures on top of the building, he failed. As for the next terrifying part of the path, the old man had already helped Lin Ling find out. It was the two terracotta figures on top of the building. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was obviously very difficult for him to face them. It's the old man's corpse and the things he left behind. Bang! Lin Ling looked ahead and saw a large number of items on the ground. Under the passage of time, some items had been weathered, but some were still emitting a dim light. That old man called Ghost Monkey was a thief. He stole countless treasures. The things he left behind must be suitable for me. Looks like I still have to move on. Bang! After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling decided to move on. Bang! Bang! As he moved forward, the soil on the cliff moved. Two human silhouettes quietly appeared and slowly walked out. It was the two terracotta figures on top of the building. I have to be careful. If I can't win, I have to retreat. Bang! Lin Ling was like a nimble leopard as he rushed into the path ahead. He had the reverse blood technique, so his movement and speed were very fast. Even if he could not win, he was confident that he could leave. Otherwise, he would not dare to risk his life. Whoosh! The days of bitter training quietly passed. In this 1 month, Lin Ling had been fighting with the two terracotta figures on top of the building. At the beginning, he was in a difficult situation, but gradually, he became more relaxed. After all, the terracotta figures on top of the building were not humans. Apart from their great strength, they were not flexible at all. As long as he was familiar with their attack patterns, it was not difficult to face them. The frequent battles also increased Lin Ling's battle experience. As for the things left behind by Ghost Monkey, Lin Ling also collected them. The old man was indeed a godly thief. He had a large number of martial arts and skills. Of course, these martial arts and skills were not high level. Most of them were of the second grade of the yellow class. In fact, Lin Ling did not need to cultivate them. However, that was not his intention. After all, in terms of martial arts, he did not have a good foundation. Therefore, those cultivation methods and martial arts had opened his eyes. With the help of these martial arts, Lin Ling was able to figure out his own set of martial arts. Of course, it was more of a reference than a trial. After all, Lin Ling did not have the ability to create his own set of martial arts. Tyrant Dragon Seal. This martial art was similar to the ghost flame that Lang Yu had executed back then. It focused one's entire body's stellar energy to form a powerful attack, giving up on defense. In other words, it was to draw out one's entire body's stellar energy and gather it in one's palm to form a lethal attack. Lin Ling's martial art was clearly stronger than Lang Yu's. After all, how could his 9 dragon strength be compared to Lang Yu's Yin Flame? The Tyrant Dragon Seal's grade had probably reached the 3rd grade of the yellow class, and its power would continue to increase as Lin Ling's strength increased. Tyrant Dragon Seal. In the Great Path, Lin Ling clasped his hands together. The earth energy on the surface of his body surged crazily to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. Then, looking at the incoming terracotta figures, he struck out. Above his palm, 6 streaks of black chi churned like the roar of a dragon. Boom! As if the heavens and earth were shaken, a single palm turned the tall terracotta figure into rubble. The terracotta figures represent the strength of the 8th stage of body transformation, but my Tyrant Dragon Seal cannot defeat it in one move. The reason why it collapsed was the result of a month of bitter battle. The Tyrant Dragon Seal is the straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Ling nodded secretly and retreated, avoiding another terracotta figure. Although the power of the Tyrant Dragon Seal could not defeat an 8th stage of body transformation in one move, this was because Lin Ling's realm was low. If he reached the 7th stage of body transformation, then it would be possible. This set of martial arts was Lin Ling's strongest attack martial arts. The only regret was that he did not find any cultivation resources, so his cultivation realm did not increase. GG. GG. Sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a while, at this time, the sound of a bug suddenly came from his chest. Lin Ling was stunned and took it out to look. It was Senior Anne's mother bug. Lin Ling, do you have time to come to Mountain View Town? I want to borrow your yuan recovery pill. It's like this, I have a friend who has been suffering from a chronic illness for many years, but he can't find a way to cure it, so I thought of your yuan recovery pill. As for the pill formula you gave him, he has not succeeded in refining it yet. Er's voice came from the mother-child worm. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll rush over now. Although he did not want to waste time cultivating, he was indebted to Seniorin, so he would help her with her request. Take this black turtle chi suppressing pill with you. Among the treasures left behind by the ghost monkey, there was one pill that was the most mysterious. Lin Ling could not see what effect it had, so he did not dare to use it. Mountain View Town seemed to be more lively than before. Besides the rogue cultivators, there were many more disciples from the various large sections. Walking on the street, Lin Ling also felt that it was different from before. He found that the sixth stage of body transformation powerhouses that were rarely seen in Mountain View Town were now everywhere. It was as if they had gathered here for some reason. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not plan to pay attention. This had nothing to do with him. With his temperament, as long as others did not provoke him, he did not have time to pay attention to others. According to the place he had agreed with in Yue, Lin Ling came to the Jadeite house, which was the place of his last auction. At this moment, the Jadeite house was surging with people. At the entrance, many people were lining up, as if waiting to enter the Jadeite house to buy something. There are so many people. It seems that when in Rome, do as the Romans do and line up. Staring at the long line of people, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he followed the line. At the same time, in order to save time, he thought about the matters of cultivation during this time. Time slowly passed. Suddenly, a cold shout interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Get out of the way. Fallen Leaves Sect's senior brother Ma has arrived. This voice was extremely overbearing, causing the crowd to surge. Then someone shouted, aren't you guys too overbearing? We've been lining up for 2 hours, and you've just arrived and cut the line. This is too unfair. Lin Ling looked back and saw several youths standing at the back of the line. They all wore golden robes with a red fallen leaf embroidered on the chest. In Lin Ling's impression, this was the symbol of the Fallen Leaves sect of the 4 great sects. But these youths were very arrogant. They did not follow the rules of the line, but directly cut the line. It had to be known that there were many people who wanted to enter the Jadeite house to buy things, so everyone followed the rules of the line. Even if they had to wait for 2 hours, they did not care. But when these youths arrived, they directly cut the line and even drove people away. This naturally caused many people to be dissatisfied. When martial artists cultivate, besides pursuing the end of the martial path, some people also enjoy the feeling of being above others. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them. So what if we cut the line? With senior brother Ma here, even the Jadeite house's master has to give face. You little piece of trash, dare to block us? Get out. There were still sounds coming from the back. Then, with several bangs, the disciples who were not convinced were all sent flying away. With the long line, some people began to feel fear. They left the line and then sighed. It seemed that they would have to line up again and wait for 2 hours. But there were also some who were unwilling. Fallen Leaves sect disciples, my junior brother is injured and is waiting for me to buy some medicine. Please make an exception. The one who spoke was a fatty. His face was a bit frightened, but as he thought of his junior brother, he clenched his teeth and made a request. Make an exception? Who do you think you are? If you block the way again and annoy senior brother Ma, I will cripple you. A youth from the Fallen Leaves sect coldly shouted, not giving them any face. In fact, they did not need to drive away the people in line. They could have just cut the line. But they seemed to want to show their superiority, so they directly drove people away. Chapter 36. Nothing much. Don't go too far. The fatty was also enraged. Humph, a piece of trash that hasn't even reached the 5th stage of body transformation. What qualifications do you have to speak? You're a disciple of the Guyen sect. Is there no one left in the Guyen sect? The disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect were clearly impatient. One of them strode towards the fatty, looking like he wanted to teach him a lesson. What a familiar voice. At the front of the group, Lin Ling looked back and sighed. He walked out of the group and towards the back. Lin Ling naturally recognized the fatty. It was Hu Er Pang who had brought him to the Emerald House. If it were anyone else, Lin Ling wouldn't have bothered, but Hu Er Pang was his first friend in this world. He didn't want to see Hu Er Pang beaten. At this moment, the fatty's eyes were filled with panic. If his junior brother wasn't injured, he really wouldn't want to provoke these people. Seeing someone approaching, he became more and more panicked. Arrogance requires capital, and you don't have it. The youth who was walking towards Hu Er Pang smiled and punched out. The spiritual energy emitted a deafening sound, causing the fatty's face to turn pale. Cha! At this critical moment, the fist suddenly froze, and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. The Fallen Leaves sect disciple's fist seemed to have been gripped by someone. The little fatty was startled. He raised his head and saw a familiar young man standing next to him. This made him extremely excited. Lin Ling, he exclaimed. He had stubbornly refused to give way, and the people around him hadn't helped him. Instead, they had looked on with schadenfreude. At that time, his heart had turned to ash. He never thought that the one who would help him would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fallen Leaves sect disciple. His right hand tightened. Bullying people also requires capital, and you don't have that either. Ah. You bastard, let go of me. It hurts like hell. My hand is going to break. The youth immediately howled, no longer looking as arrogant as before. Apologize. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Him. In your dreams, I am an inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect. Ah. At first, the youth still wanted to show off, but his wrist was almost broken by Lin Ling, so he could only lower his voice and beg for mercy. Get lost. Lin Ling swung his right hand and threw the young man to the side. The young man fell flat on his face and rolled on the ground. Only then did he raise his head, but his gaze towards Lin Ling was full of reverence. Then, the young man looked at his senior brother, while the other people of the Fallen Leaves sect looked gloomy. The leader of the group said coldly, I know most of the disciples of the Guyen sect. At your age, the strongest is that trash Xian Feng. You are stronger than him, which makes me very surprised. Tell me your name. The young man who spoke was very handsome. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and his expression was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling looked at them. Since he had decided to help Second Fatty Hu, he was naturally not afraid of them. He said indifferently, before asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Even Xian Feng doesn't dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think you are? The young man coldly snorted. Next to him, a disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect said proudly, Little brat, it seems you don't know who you have offended. Let's not talk about whether or not you can defeat us, but just by blocking our way, it's enough to tear you to pieces. The one you are blocking is our Fallen Leaves sect's Master Ma Yan. This time, Master Ma Yan was invited by Master Li. You blocking the way is the same as blocking Master Li's path. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then their faces changed. Master Ma Yan is said to be the alchemist of the Fallen Leaves sect. He is a genius alchemist on par with Flying Snow Palace's Hai Lan, Wild Blade Sec Song Darren, and Guyen Sec's Inuer. Frightened voices came from all around. The young man called Ma Yan's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with pride. He sneered at Lin Ling and said, How is it? Do you regret it now? Lin Ling's face was still calm. To him, Ma Yan was only at the 7th stage of body transformation. With this kind of strength, he did not fear him. Therefore, he did not care about his alchemist status, nothing much. Nothing much. Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were calm but cold, calm and indifferent, making him feel like he was being looked down upon. In a place like the 100,000 mountain range, among the disciples of the 4 sects of the same age, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anger surged in his heart. Ma Yan was about to do something when suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the entrance of the Emerald House. There, an old man walked over with several people. It seemed that the commotion in front of the Emerald House had caused the dissatisfaction of the Emerald House's experts. It's Emerald House's elder Kuan Yang. Ma Yan sneered, "Little brat, I'm afraid you don't know. This time, Master Li's daughter's old injury has relapsed. Master Li used the name of the Emerald House to invite all the alchemists in the vicinity, and I am one of them. Now that you're blocking my path, do you think Master Li will let you go? Want to fight with me? Humph, I don't even need to make a move to play you to death." He did not want to use strength to defeat the young man in front of him. After all, he was a high and mighty alchemist. Therefore, he wanted to use his status to scare the young man into kneeling and begging for mercy. "Get out of the way," making a ruckus in front of the Emerald House, what a scandal. As soon as Ma Yan finished speaking, a dignified voice echoed from the crowd. Lin Ling did not bother about Ma Yan's complacent face. He thought to himself, all the alchemists in the vicinity were invited? Senior sister and must be among them. Could she be looking for me because of this? Who is causing trouble here? Elder Kuan Yang finally arrived. He had a murderous look on his face as he looked at Ma Yan. Ma Yan pursed his lips and pointed at Lin Ling. "Elder Kuan Yang, the one causing trouble is this brat. Break his limbs and throw him out of Mountain View Town." As soon as he finished speaking, his face revealed a cold smile. "How dare you? If you make Master Li unhappy," Elder Kuan Yang's eyes turned and landed on Lin Ling. Before he could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. This young man was the one who sold the Heaven Tier Essence returning elixir. Furthermore, this young man was the disciple of Senior He Yenshan from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's right, he must be here for Master Li's daughter. As he was thinking, Elder Kuan Yang did not dare to be negligent. He quickly bowed to Lin Ling. "Young friend, long time no see. Sorry to keep you waiting." This sudden change in attitude made everyone's eyes widen. Ma Yan's smile froze. What was going on? Lin Ling bowed politely. "Greetings to Elder Kuan Yang." "Greetings." Seeing how familiar the two of them were, Ma Yan could not help it. He had been waiting for Lin Ling to be taught a lesson and humiliated. However, Elder Kuan Yang's attitude towards Lin Ling was even better than his. It was as if Lin Ling's status was higher than his. "Elder Kuan Yang, he is the one who stopped me. If anything happens to Master Li's daughter, I will not be responsible," Ma Yan said in a low voice. Elder Kuan Yang laughed. Compared to Ma Yan, he naturally did not dare to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the disciple of Senior He Yenshan. Ma Yan was nothing. Chapter 37. Detoxification. Get lost. He actually told him to get lost, and in front of everyone. Senior Kuan Yang, you, Ma Yan clenched his teeth, unable to speak. Previously, he had come here proudly, as if he was a proud son of heaven, but in the end, he was treated as a beggar, a dispensable existence. "Little friendly, go in." Elder Kuan Yang no longer looked at Ma Yan, and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at Ma Yan, but did not say anything, and walked towards the Emerald House with the little fatty. Ma Yan's face was ashen, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. At this time, Elder Kuan Yang's voice came again. "Little friend Ma Yan, my Emerald House is very busy today, and it's not easy for them to line up. If you want to experience the power of a superior, I advise you to go somewhere else." These words made the people who were waiting in line secretly laugh. After entering the Emerald House, Lin Ling gave a vitality recovery pill to second Fatty Hu to save his junior brother, and then waited for a Nuer in the main hall. Not long after, a beautiful figure dressed in white appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was a Nuer. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Looking at Lin Ling, a Nuer smiled and carefully sized him up. She suddenly realized that since their last meeting, this junior brother had changed again. Although his face was calm, his eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light. It seemed that in this month, Lin Ling's strength had increased. Senior sisterin, you invited me here because of Lord Li's daughter, right? After greeting her, Lin Ling smiled. It seems that you know. I came for Li Yulan. Li Yulan is my good friend, but she was injured when she was young and was poisoned. She couldn't be cured, so I wanted to try your Heaven Vitality Recovery pill. As Nuer spoke, she pulled a chair and sat near Lin Ling, and continued, Li Yulan's father, Lord Li, is an expert of the 100,000 mountains. Even the Emerald House's owner has to give him face. This time, in order to cure his daughter's illness, he even paid a black turtle chi suppressing pill as a reward. Black turtle chi suppressing pill? This name was very familiar. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right, he had one of these pills as well. It was left behind by the ghost monkey, but he didn't know what use it had. Black tortoise chi suppressing pill, using 1,000-year black tortoise shell as the main ingredient, in addition to rare spirit herbs to refine it. The refining method of the pill is not difficult, but the difficult part is the ingredients, especially the 1,000-year black tortoise shell. It is said that this kind of shell has an endless amount of vitality, and is suitable for martial artists above the 5th level of body tempering. A single pill can raise one's cultivation by 1 level. Nuer said with a grave expression. The black tortoise chi suppressing pill could be said to be priceless. Its effect was even better than the spirit gathering pill. Even she had never taken it before. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. To raise his cultivation level by 1 level, it seemed that Lord Li was determined to obtain the pill in his possession. Furthermore, with the addition of the pill in his possession, there was a possibility that he could reach the 8th level of body tempering. He couldn't help but look forward to it. The two of them continued to chat. Not long after, several women entered the hall. These women looked to be alchemists. After entering, they began to chat with Nuer. Along the way, they curiously glanced at Lin Ling. In their impression, Nuer was proud and arrogant, with a heart of ice and jade as pure as jade. She rarely hung out with men, and this time was very unusual. Masterin, Lord Li invites you in. While the women were having different thoughts, the respectful voice of a waiter came from the door. Good. Nuer nodded and led Lin Ling out of the hall. As they walked, they arrived at a side room. The room was filled with the smell of sandalwood. A tall and sturdy man was anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw Nuer and the others, his face finally relaxed. This man was Lord Li. You're all here. Quick, take a look. Yulan's ice silk poison seems to be getting worse. Although Lord Li was anxious, he obviously didn't dare to neglect Nuer and the others. After all, alchemists were highly respected no matter where they went. Lin Ling quietly looked at Lord Li. He saw that Lord Li was about 40 years old, with a square face and a dignified aura. The aura on his body was extremely strong, probably not weaker than the elders of Gu Yen's sect. However, even if he was an ambitious and ruthless person, as long as his children were in trouble, his former prestige would disappear. In exchange, it was a kind of worry. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at the curtain and saw a young woman lying inside. The young woman's facial features were delicate, but her face was extremely pale. Between her eyebrows and the black hair on her forehead, there was a faint white frost. It seems that her illness is related to ice. Lin Ling secretly guessed. Among the things stolen by Ghost Monkey, in addition to various kinds of martial arts, there were also many books on basic pharmacology. In this month of bitter cultivation, besides cultivating, Lin Ling read these books when he was free. Gradually, his pharmacology foundation became more solid. Ice silk poison? What a familiar name. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Ghost Monkey also had this poison. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Lord Li, we can only temporarily suppress Yulan's illness, but if we don't find an antidote, I'm afraid she can only hold on for another month. After a moment, An Yuer looked at Lord Li and said. She had already tried various methods, but the results were minimal. The other alchemists were also the same. This made Lord Li's face dim. Just as he was about to say something, an indifferent voice sounded. Ice silk poison, this kind of poison is extremely difficult to deal with. It is very difficult to cure. In the side room, a young man in golden clothes walked in. Who else could it be but Ma Yan? Grandmaster Ma, you're here. Lord Li revealed an expectant look. His attitude towards Ma Yan was very sincere. Ma Yan was also one of the alchemists he invited. Ma Yan nodded lightly. Although he was only 16 years old, he had the demeanor of a master. He talked endlessly about a bunch of medicinal theories, causing the girls to look at him strangely. And was the only one who remained indifferent. As for Lord Li, he naturally saw Ma Yan as his only hope. Who is this person? Lord Li, it's better to chase away unrelated people and dogs. After speaking for a while, Ma Yan's gaze turned to Lin Ling, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Lord Li also looked at Lin Ling. He didn't care about Lin Ling's identity, thinking that he was An Yuer's friend. But for his daughter, chasing away Lin Ling wasn't a big problem. With his status, how could he put Lin Ling in his eyes? Ma Yan, everyone here is here for Yulan. What qualifications do you have to chase them away? An Yuer coldly said. She couldn't stand it any longer. Qualifications? I'm an alchemist, and he's not. That's qualifications. Ma Yan indifferently said. He then looked at Lord Li. Lord Li understood and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. Little friend, Grandmaster Ma wants you to leave. You should listen to him. Yes. Lord Li, you. An Yuer frowned. She had invited Lin Ling. If he was chased away like this, it would be very embarrassing. She was just about to argue when Lin Ling patted her shoulder, indicating for her to calm down. Then Lin Ling looked at Lord Li. Lord Li, I just want to ask if he has cured your daughter. Lord Li was startled. Ma Yan had said so much, but in reality, he hadn't cured his daughter. He frowned. Then what do you mean? Yes. Chapter 38. Shut up. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. He coldly shouted, what are you trying to say? Fine, if I can cure Lord Li's daughter, then you'll kneel outside the Jadeite house for a day. If I fail, then I'll do the same. Sigh. Since he dared to say this, he naturally had confidence. After saying this, he looked at Lin Ling provocatively. Lin Ling remained indifferent. As someone who had lived 2 lives, he naturally could see that this young man was of noble birth. He had always been like the moon surrounded by stars and had never suffered any setbacks. Thus, when he was looked down upon, he immediately became arrogant. If not for the mystical turtle chi suppressing pill, Lin Ling really wouldn't have bothered with this kind of person. As I said before, if you boast before your injury is cured, then the one who loses face is the one who boasted, and the one who will suffer is your daughter. Sigh. Lin Ling calmly looked at Lord Li. That look of disregard made Ma Yan's face even more gloomy. Lord Li frowned. In reality, he trusted Ma Yan more. After all, Ma Yan had a reputation. However, this mysterious young man's calm demeanor made him not dare to underestimate him. Fine, you can stay. Sigh. In the end, Lord Li nodded. Ma Yan coldly snorted. However, he also knew that it was useless to say anything. The only way was to cure the patient. At that time, he would make this young man look ugly. Thinking this, Ma Yan calmly walked towards the curtain and checked the young girl's pulse. He nodded. Fortunately, I came. If I came a moment later, then I'm afraid even the gods wouldn't be able to save her. Sigh. Hearing this, Lord Li's heart was filled with joy. From Ma Yan's words, he seemed to be confident. Grandmaster Ma, please save my daughter. As long as my daughter is safe and sound, Grandmaster Ma, please tell me what you want. Sigh. Hee, a doctor has the heart of a parent. Don't worry. However, Lord Li must remember the bet. The loser has to kneel outside. I'm afraid others will renege. Ma Yan said indifferently, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. He did not care about Ma Yan's temporary pride. After all, he was probably the only one who was familiar with the heavenly silkworm poison other than the ghost monkey. Among the items left behind by the ghost monkey, there were a large number of characteristics of the heavenly silkworm poison recorded. If fighting poison with poison was effective, how could the ghost monkey have been entangled by the poison for so many years? This is a fire plume pill, made from the heart of a fire plume bird. As everyone knows, this bird has fire poison, so pills made from the heart of a fire plume bird have fire poison. Normal people can't consume it, but it can restrain the ice silkworm's poison. Ma Yan took out a pill and explained proudly, causing the eyes of the girls beside him to light up even more. As soon as the fire plume elixir was taken out, the temperature in the room rose. After that, Ma Yan carefully placed the pill into the young girl's mouth and said leisurely, in less than half an incense stick's time, Master Li's daughter will be saved. Thank you, Grandmaster Ma. Master Li's face lit up with joy and nervously waited for the pill to take effect. At this moment, the young girl on the bed showed signs of abnormality. Her delicate body trembled violently, and her originally pale face turned red and white. Finally, she completely calmed down, her face ashen. Seeing the young girl's appearance, Yuer and the others were stunned, then their faces changed dramatically. Not good, Yulan really can't make it. They were alchemists after all, and could tell from the young girl's complexion. At this moment, the side room suddenly became extremely quiet. How is this possible? Ma Yan's eyes widened. He had checked the ancient records, and the fire plume pill was indeed the antidote for the heavenly silkworm poison. But why would there be such signs? Then he sighed and shook his head. It seems that I came too late. If I had been a step earlier, I might have been able to save my daughter. He did not know why this happened, so he tried to shirk responsibility. Fortunately, he was an alchemist, and his words carried some weight. Master Li stared at the young girl on the bed, his eyes blank. After a long silence, he squatted down and reached his hand into his hair. No, this is impossible. Yulan, don't leave me. Even Ma Yan said so. He naturally believed that his daughter could not be saved. This was a huge blow to him. As for Yuer and the others, their faces were also gloomy. For a moment, the side room was silent. Your daughter has been poisoned for at least 10 years, right? But the silence did not last long. Lin Ling's calm voice rang out. This voice caused Master Li's heart to turn cold. His daughter was already dead, but this young man still had the mood to ask about unimportant things. He said in a low voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you gloating? Even Grandmaster Ma said that she could not be saved. You're still rubbing salt in my wound. Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Master Li raised his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. But in the next moment, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was shock. At the same time, everyone in the side room looked at Lin Ling. And Yuer and the other girls widened their eyes. Ma Yan's gloating face also froze at this moment. In the side room, Lin Ling had unknowingly sat beside the girl. His right hand gently pressed on the girl's forehead. His palm was pitch black, and wisps of mysterious black spirit energy entered the girl's body. The girl's painful expression gradually disappeared, and in its place was a kind of tranquility. Her breathing, which had disappeared, also calmed down at this moment. It was as if the girl had come back to life. Yulan is still alive. After Master Li recovered from his shock, he madly rushed to the side of the bed and spoke incoherently. Quiet. Quiet. Lin Ling frowned and subconsciously said in a low voice, she's extremely weak right now. If you don't want her to die, immediately quiet down. Quiet. Okay. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet right now. This Grandmaster, can Yulan still be saved? Master Li hurriedly covered his mouth and then whispered through his palm. Now that he had regained what he had lost, his mood could only be described as ecstatic. Don't ask ambiguous questions. Now I'll ask and you answer. Okay. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Master Li was too excited and almost affected his treatment of the patient. He asked, has she been poisoned for 10 years? Yes. Yes. When she was 6 years old, she was injured by evil people. I've never been able to find a way to save her. That Grandmaster, can my daughter, shut up. Don't speak any more nonsense. Okay. Lin Ling's attitude couldn't help but harden a bit. He pondered and said, no wonder the fire plume pill didn't work. It's because she's been poisoned for too long. The heavenly silkworm poison is difficult to deal with precisely because of the silk. Threads and threads, it's hard to get rid of. If you used the fire plume pill when she was just poisoned, it might be able to cure the poison. Okay. Master Li glared fiercely at Ma Yan. This Ma Yan had the face of a grandmaster, but he had almost killed Yulan. Chapter 39. You're asking to be humiliated. Alright, all of you just need to keep quiet. I'll help her expel the poison. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and helped the girl up, pressing both of his palms on her back. He was no stranger to the sky worm silk poison, and with the help of the medicinal books left by the ghost monkey, he was able to think of a way to cure her. The 9-dragon strength was extremely powerful and had healed Lin Ling's internal injuries many times. If the 9-dragon strength was transferred into the girl's body, it would naturally expel the ice-fire poison. Could it be that he's using the spirit chi in his body to expel the poison? But he's not strong, and even Lord Li can't do it. How can he do it? Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, Ma Yan frowned. He still didn't believe that Lin Ling could cure the girl. Shut up. Do you want to be a mute, or do you want to leave as a corpse? Lord Li coldly snorted. He no longer treated Ma Yan with respect. Ma Yan was so scared that he began to sweat profusely, not daring to say another word. The eyes of Yu, and the others flickered. For some reason, Lin Ling, who was treating his wounds, attracted their attention. It was especially so when they looked at him from the side. His slightly childish face was well defined, and his eyes were extremely calm. However, if they looked closely, they would see a depth that did not match his age. Your little junior brother is amazing. What's his name? One of the girls whispered. Quiet, he's expelling the poison. Yes. And Yuer indifferently said. For some reason, she didn't want to introduce Lin Ling to her senior sister. After a moment, Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. Under everyone's gaze, he stood up and smiled at Lord Li. Lord Li immediately became nervous, his heart beating faster. Grandmaster, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He extended his right hand. On his palm, black spirit chi danced like flames. Wrapped within the spirit chi was a white and red liquid. I've already removed the poison. She only needs to be nourished with the origin recovery pill. Hearing these words, and then seeing the strange poison in Lin Ling's hand, Lord Li's body trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Grandmaster, you are Lan's savior. I, Li Wufeng, am willing to repay your kindness with my life. Her daughter's poison had been plaguing her for many years. She had invited many alchemists to treat her daughter, but they had all failed. She had never thought that this mysterious young man would be able to cure her daughter. Get up, I was just passing by. Besides, I came for your black tortoise chi suppressing pill. Lin Ling saw Lord Li's agitated expression and shook his head helplessly. Well, wait a moment, please. Mr. Li hurriedly got up and went into his room. A moment later, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Ling. When Lin Ling opened it, he was a bit excited. This medicinal pill was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. Looks like this trip to Mountain View Town had a pleasant surprise. In the side room, Ma Yan saw that the girl had been cured. He could not help but glare at Lin Ling with resentment. Because of this young man, he had already lost face twice today. Now, there was no need for him to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Ma Yan, did I say you could leave? Ma Yan had only taken a few steps when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling did not provoke Ma Yan, nor did he want to pay attention to Ma Yan. However, Ma Yan provoked him again and again. With Lin Ling's temperament, he would return the favor. How people treat me, I will treat them. This was Lin Ling's principle. What do you want? I am a disciple of the Falling Leaves sect. Ma Yan stopped and coldly looked at Lin Ling. I remember you said that if you cured the patient, I would go out on my knees and kneel in front of the Emerald House for a day. But you failed. You don't need me to teach you what to do next, right? Lin Ling said indifferently. Huh, what qualifications do you have to make me go out on my knees? Ma Yan laughed disdainfully. This was really funny. This young man had no reputation in the 100,000 mountains and was not an expert. He dared to make him go out on his knees? He was simply overestimating himself. What if it was me? Yes. Before his laughter stopped, Lord Li's cold voice sounded. Lord Li, do you want to offend me for this guy? Lord Li, Ma Yan's face turned ugly. Lord Li was the strongest martial artist in Mountain View Town. He did not have the strength to face him. I don't want to offend you. You don't have the qualifications either. I was just following his orders. Lord Li said expressionlessly. At the same time, his aura erupted. His protective aura was extremely powerful, causing the side room to shake. Orders? Hearing these words, Anuer and the others were shocked. Lord Li had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. Even the heads of the 4 sects did not dare to provoke him. But now, this expert was actually following Lin Ling's orders? Ma Yan's face also changed. But he also knew that this matter depended on Lin Ling's intentions. He thought of Lin Ling's obscure background and couldn't help but laugh. Before you make me kneel, you should know who I am. I am ranked 21st among the inner court disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect. 7th stage of body transformation, I have the talent of the fire spirit body, and I am a rare alchemist. In the Fallen Leaves sect, even the senior brothers do not dare to provoke me. Do you dare to touch me? Yes. It was clear that Ma Yan wanted to announce his identity, background, and potential to make Lin Ling fear him. Hearing this, Lin Ling fell silent. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because this was the first time he had heard of the fire spirit body. However, in Ma Yan's eyes, his silence meant that he was afraid. Ma Yan laughed contemptuously. At least you know your place. Good. His words interrupted Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Kneel. Kneel. You know my background and you still dare to offend me? Ma Yan's eyes widened. This youth knew his background and still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this too frivolous? Enough nonsense. If he tells you to kneel, then kneel. Humph! Mr. Li's cold snort caused Ma Yan's face to turn pale. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment. With a plop, he knelt down and walked towards the door. During this process, his self-esteem had been deeply humiliated. Moreover, he had to kneel in front of the Jadeite house for an entire day. Today, you made me lose my dignity. In the future, I will make you lose your life. Kneel. Ma Yan said as he knelt. Although he didn't say it to Lin Ling, the person he was talking to was definitely Lin Ling. Your dignity was lost by you. Humph, Lin Ling shook his head and ignored Ma Yan. In this world, the strong were respected. If he didn't act strong, then the one kneeling today would be him. Divine Doctor, thank you for saving my daughter. Please come to the main hall. Mr. Li also ignored Ma Yan. That bastard almost killed his daughter. If it wasn't for Lin Ling not wanting to pursue the matter, he would have already killed Ma Yan. Letting Ma Yan leave on his knees was letting him off too easily. Under Mr. Li's lead, everyone walked towards the main hall. Soon after, a maid served them fragrant tea and they began to chat. Right, Mr. Li, what is the fire spirit body? What? Chapter 40. Genius Summit. Lord Li, and Yuer, and the others looked at each other. Lord Li spoke with a serious expression. Martial artists don't all have the same starting point. Some geniuses are blessed by the heavens and are born with the blessings of the heavens. For example, astral body. Yes. With the astral body, one's cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. Furthermore, one has the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Take Ma Yan's fire astral body as an example. He has a first-grade astral body and is much more talented than ordinary martial artists. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's horizons were broadened. A world of martial artists opened up in his heart. At this moment, he realized that he still had a long way to go and that there were many people who were stronger than him. Astral body represented talent. Ma Yan had the fire astral body. What about himself? For some reason, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the eggshell seal in his dantian. Could that seal be a type of astral body? It seems like Li Xiaoyu rarely come into contact with these geniuses. Yes. Lord Li couldn't help but say. He then saw Lin Ling nodding. He smiled and said, martial artists all have a sharp spirit. Only by constantly fighting can they become stronger. If Li Xiaoyu is persistent in the martial Dao, you might be interested in the Genius Summit half a month later. Yes. Genius Summit? Yes. Lin Ling was slightly suspicious. A month ago, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans came and held a Genius Summit at Mountain View Town. The disciples of the 4 major sects and rogue martial artists could participate. If they performed well, they would be valued by the Zhang clan and become a martial artist under the Zhang clan. It is said that if they performed well, they would be rewarded with a rune bag. Yes. And Yuer was obviously familiar with this matter. She nodded and said, in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there are more than 300 small sects like the Guyan sect. If these small sects want to survive, they would normally join some factions. The top factions are the 8 ancient clans. Like the 4 major sects of the 100,000 mountains, they still haven't joined any factions. Thus, the Zhang clan of the 8 ancient clans wants to take the 4 major sects under their wings. Yes. The Genius Summit. Perhaps it is the time to test the disciples of the 4 major sects. Hearing these words, Lin Ling secretly nodded. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. If you were not strong enough, you would be devoured by others. Therefore, if you did not want to be devoured, you had to be strong yourself. Other than that, you had to submit to the strong. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in the ownership of the 4 great sections. What he was interested in was the Genius Summit. No matter what, after a few months, he must become a core disciple of Guyan sect. And to become a core disciple, he must have geniuses that surpassed the 4 great sects. Therefore, the Genius Summit was an opportunity for him to hone himself. And Yuer looked over at Lin Ling, how about we go to the Summit of Geniuses together? That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. There was still half a month until the Genius Summit. Lin Ling temporarily stayed in Mountain View Town. Because the Genius Summit was about to begin, Mountain View Town was unprecedentedly lively. Lin Ling had no interest in this lively atmosphere. He used all the time he had to cultivate. When he was in the burial ground, Lin Ling had constantly battled with the terracotta figures. He had accumulated enough resources to break through, but he had never had the resources to cultivate. Now, he had them. Black Tortoise Chi Suppressing Pill. With a wave of his right hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. This pill was extremely strange. On its surface, there were layers of lines that resembled a tortoise shell. It emitted a strange aura. If not for Anuer's introduction, he wouldn't have dared to swallow this pill. This pill is priceless. It should be enough for me to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. At the same time, a light green aura appeared on his body, like a surging sea of clouds. It was extremely mystical. After a moment, the aura gradually transformed into the vague shape of an old tortoise. According to legend, the black tortoise could live for 10,000 years without dying. It stayed in the vast sea all year round, using the spiritual energy of the sea to cultivate. It possessed endless vitality. If one used the black tortoise shell to refine a pill, its endless vitality would be absorbed by the human body, allowing one to be completely reborn. It was a pity that the black tortoise shell was extremely rare. It was hard to find even with money. What a rich spiritual energy. Lin Ling was secretly startled. He felt a massive amount of spiritual energy rush into his dantian, causing his dantian to be overturned. 6 strands of black spiritual energy crazily circled around. Gradually, the 7th strand of black spiritual energy quietly appeared. At first, it was only a tiny thread, but it gradually turned into a wisp. Then, it slowly formed into a ball, similar to the other strands of black spiritual energy. Time slowly passed. When the 7th strand of black spiritual energy in his dantian stabilized, a thunderous sound came from his dantian. The 7 strands of black spiritual energy were majestic and vigorous. Lin Ling opened his eyes. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. 7th stage of body transformation. His whole body changed again. He could use a full 7,000 gene of strength. If he used martial arts, he could reach over 8,000 gene of strength. With the strength of the 9 dragons, he was confident that he could fight with an expert of the 8th stage of body transformation. The Black Tortoise Chi Suppressing Pill is worthy of being called a priceless pill. I still have one, but it's not suitable for me to take it now. After all, I just broke through and my foundation is not solid yet. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his body, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he went to his room and opened the window. He saw that night had fallen outside, but Mountain View Town was brightly lit. In the distance, there were fireworks soaring into the sky, extremely bright. This is just a small town. It's even more prosperous than a big city. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. Then, he missed the cities of his previous world. That place was also very beautiful and prosperous. The only difference was that it was a legal world. It was not like here, where strength was respected. Every martial artist was naked and arrogant. As he was thinking, suddenly, the mother insect's voice came. It was Anuer's voice. Glancing at it, Lin Ling tidied up and then went downstairs. You really are a cultivation maniac. Today is the full moon festival. In 3 days, the Genius Summit will be held. Mountain View Town is very lively. Come with me for a walk. Downstairs, Anuer stood there in a white dress. She was as elegant as a fairy, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He had just broken through and also wanted to go for a walk to relax. The two walked along the street. Along the way, the fireworks were bright and the traffic was heavy. The bustle was even more exaggerated than Lin Ling had imagined. Moreover, Lin Ling looked carefully. Besides martial artists, there were also ordinary people. The martial artists were mostly strolling, while the ordinary people were setting up various stalls and doing business. Get lost. Go. After the two walked through a street, there was suddenly an angry shout in front of them. Your sesame seed cake actually has sand in it. Are you deliberately trying to trick me? At one of the stalls selling sesame seed cakes, a burly man spoke to a blind old woman. Behind the old woman was an 8-year-old child. At this moment, he was so scared that his eyes were filled with tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Sir, please calm down. I also don't know why there is sand in this sesame seed cake. How about, I don't charge you for this sesame seed cake? The blind old woman pleaded. It's fine if you say you don't charge me. Today, I will definitely smash your stall. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Chapter 41. Geniuses gathered. Lin Ling and An Yuer were also in the crowd. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him. To be honest, it was normal for there to be sand in the biscuits. After all, no one could guarantee that the wind wouldn't blow a grain of sand into the biscuit. Generally speaking, if there was sand in the biscuit, one would just spit it out. However, the burly man didn't give up and wanted to tear down someone's stall. The old woman was old and blind. Obviously, her life wasn't easy. It was rare for her to set up a stall in the downtown area to find some living expenses. She didn't expect such a thing to happen. This kind of thing, no one cares? Lin Ling looked at An Yuer and said. An Yuer also frowned. Generally speaking, in Mountain View Town, martial artists won't interfere with the lives of ordinary people, unless those ordinary people annoy the martial artists. At that time, no matter what the martial artists do, the experts of Mountain View Town won't care. After all, the weak don't deserve any respect. Hearing these words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He wasn't a saint, but he really couldn't stand the scene in front of him. If the burly man was angry, he could just find a martial artist to vent his anger. What was the point of bullying these ordinary people without any martial arts? Bang bang bang. While Lin Ling was thinking, the burly man had already started to tear down the stall. The old woman kept begging for mercy. Sir, please be merciful. We haven't eaten or drunk for a day just to set up this stall and find more money. Please be merciful. The old woman knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They had used all the pasta from the past few days to make biscuits. Originally, they thought that after selling the biscuits and getting some money, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the month. However, all the pasta was knocked over. Uncle, please be merciful. The child behind the old woman was also scared pale, but he followed his grandmother and knelt down to beg for mercy. If I'm merciful to you, who will make up for my loss? The burly man sneered again and again, as if he was still angry. After tearing down the stall, he threw a punch at the old woman. With his strength, if that old woman had been hit by that punch, she would probably have died here for the rest of her life. Bang! Suddenly, that tall and sturdy man's fist was grasped in midair, and a cold voice was heard. He has already apologized, why bother? You may have vented your anger, but he won't be able to live another day. Where it is possible to let people off, let them off. The burly man looked up and found that it was a 15-year-old boy who stopped him. He immediately shouted angrily, Boy, do you want to die? Looks like you don't understand human language either. Forget it, let's use martial arts to solve this. The young man was Lin Ling previously. He really couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how indifferent the people around him were, or how indifferent they were, he couldn't do that. He was a straightforward person. If he couldn't stand it, then he would attack. Right now, he was no longer as restrained as when he first came to this world. He was extremely free and easy. The burly man's fist was gripped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling circulated the spiritual energy in his body, causing the burly man's hand to emit cracking sounds. The burly man's face immediately turned pale. Let go, I won't bother you anymore. Get lost. Lin Ling waved his right hand. It seemed like he didn't use much strength, but he threw the burly man like a kite. After he landed on the ground, the burly man looked at Lin Ling with fear. He didn't dare to say anything and disappeared into the crowd. Lin Ling's face was cold, but he didn't pursue the matter. He knew very well that if he wanted to teach the burly man a lesson, it would be very simple. But if he made a big deal out of it, he wouldn't be afraid, but he would implicate the blind old woman. Grandma, leave here. Find a quiet place and live. Lin Ling helped the old woman up, but his hands secretly put some silver into the old woman's hand. The old woman was shocked. She wanted to say something, but Lin Ling quickly interrupted her. Let's go. We can't stay in this place for long. After he finished speaking, he patted the old woman's hand. His meaning was very clear. The silver I gave you shouldn't be exposed, otherwise it would lead to disaster. This was indeed the case. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. If other people saw Lin Ling give the silver to the old woman, it was inevitable that they would secretly steal the silver, and even bring death to the old woman and the child. The old woman quickly reacted. She quickly pulled her grandson and kowtowed to Lin Ling. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you. After kowtowing, they didn't dare to stay for long. They didn't want the things on the ground. The old woman and the child supported each other and disappeared into the crowd. The child looked deeply at Lin Ling. His clear eyes were full of gratitude, as if to say, "Brother, thank you." Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. After they disappeared, he walked towards Anuer. I didn't know that you were so kind, and also very careful. When Lin Ling came back, Anuer smiled. She had naturally noticed Lin Ling's little actions. Moreover, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's different attitude compared to the passers-by. After all, martial artists were proud and arrogant. They rarely cared about the affairs of ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary people were like ants. Life and death were not worth their attention. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. The two of them walked along the busy street and came to a vast square. This square was mostly filled with martial artists. The stalls around them had also changed. They mainly sold martial arts, pills, and other things. Tai-mo. Tai-mo, at this time, Anuer suddenly whispered. She looked into the distance. There, a black-clothed youth walked with an indifferent face, looking at the stalls around him. The second strongest disciple of the Wild Blade sect. 9th stage of body transformation. He is stronger than our Gu Yen sect's Ning Fei. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, there are less than 10 people in the younger generation who are stronger than him. Perhaps only the number 1 inner disciple, Nu Ba, can suppress him. Anuer said. Lin Ling's face changed. He carefully looked at the black-clothed youth. A moment later, through his eyes, he saw that the black-clothed youth's body was covered in flames. There was also a mysterious black light covering his entire body. Could it be that he also had a spirit body? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Spirit body. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary martial artist. This black-clothed youth must have a spirit body. In the distance, the black-clothed youth seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's gaze. He indifferently looked over, but disdainfully shook his head. It was as if Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter his eyes. The Genius Summit attracted many geniuses from the 4 great sections. Look at that white-clothed youth. He is flying Snow Palace's Shimenjian. It is said that he is ranked 3rd among the inner disciples. He is tied with Gu Yen sect's Ning Fei. Also, Fallen Leaves sect's Yi Tianling is also here. That woman is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. She is also very stingy. Anuer continued to speak. When she mentioned Yi Tianling, her voice was obviously cold. It seemed that she and Yi Tianling had crossed paths before. Lin Ling secretly nodded. These geniuses all had different auras. Some were overbearing, some were indifferent, and some were insidious. He didn't dare to underestimate any of them. It seemed that the genius summit was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. And you also came. Huh, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become uglier. Haha. While Lin Ling was secretly thinking, a sharp and unkind voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, the crowd was separated. A young girl in blue led several people over. It seemed that they were here for a Nuer. Chapter 42. Ma Yan, the fire element genius, Yi Tianling, and Nuer coldly said, "Since you have so much free time, why don't you practice your 5 poisons divine palm? It is said that the more you practice, the older you get. Now you look like you have made some progress in your martial arts. You are already in your 30s. You're courting death." Yi Tianling shouted. Her entire body emitted an extremely strange aura. It was cold and sinister, like a snake. The people around made way for her. Yi Tianling and Nuer, these two heavenly beauties, were like thunder to the ears. They represented the geniuses of the Fallen Leaves sect and Gu Yen sect respectively. They were said to be the top 10 geniuses of the inner sect. Yi Tianling's aura exploded, but Nuer was not to be outdone. Her white dress fluttered, and a golden aura barrier erupted around her body. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had seen her strength. Looking at her aura, she had probably reached the 8th level of body transformation. She also had a spirit body talent, but he didn't know what grade it was. "Humph, Nuer, I won't fight with you today. I'll see you at the summit of geniuses. But not long ago, I heard you bullied my Fallen Leaves sect's junior brother Ma." Yi Tianling didn't seem to want to fight with Nuer here. After she finished speaking, a youth walked out from behind her. His face was indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly stared at Lin Ling. "It's Ma Yan. I heard he's very young, only 15 years old, but his potential is very strong. He's one of the most talented geniuses of the Fallen Leaves sect." "Yi!" the crowd exclaimed. They were very familiar with Ma Yan. Although this youth couldn't compare to the geniuses of the older generation, he was young enough. His talent was terrifying, and he was also an alchemist. "I said that I would take your life in the future. Now, I'm here to collect the debt." Yi. Ma Yan indifferently stopped, his gaze fixed on Lin Ling. Everyone was silent. They didn't know who Ma Yan was talking about. However, when they followed Ma Yan's gaze and realized that he was talking about a 15-year-old boy, they were immediately puzzled. Who was this youth? He even dared to provoke Ma Yan? "Lin Ling, let me." And Nuer knew that with Ma Yan's temperament, he would definitely want to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Therefore, she stood in front of Lin Ling and said, "No need. This person is not worthy of my fear." Lin Ling shook his head and walked out. The other party had named him and wanted his life, so how could he avoid it? He could avoid it now, but he couldn't avoid it forever. What's more, if it wasn't for Lin Ling being too lazy to care, Sir Li would have already killed Ma Yan. At that time, Ma Yan was lucky enough to be saved by Lin Ling. However, not only was Ma Yan not grateful, but he even hurt his self-esteem because he knelt down and wanted to take Lin Ling's life. If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping him alive? The current Lin Ling was not as weak as he was when he first came to this world. "Lin Ling, you can't." Although his cultivation realm is the same as Lang Yu's, in terms of strength, even 3 Lang Yu wouldn't be his match. And Nuer still wanted to persuade him. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Now, even 5 Lang Yu wouldn't be my match." And Nuer was stunned, but since Lin Ling said so, she could only obey Lin Ling. After all, if she tried to stop him, it might affect Lin Ling's martial heart. This little guy accepted the challenge. Is he crazy? Crazy. Seeing Lin Ling walk out, many people were shocked. Ma Yan was very strong. Not to mention those of the same age, he had even defeated geniuses older than him. However, this youth was unknown, yet he dared to accept the challenge. Did he not know what the word death was written? Interesting. Interesting. In the distance, the peak inner disciples of the various sects all revealed interested expressions. That day in the Jadeite pavilion, if it wasn't for Lord Li, you would have already died. I don't know where you learned those unorthodox medical skills from to cure Lord Li's daughter, but sometimes a person has to be patient. Even if I'm wrong, you have to say that I'm right, and not stand up and fight back. Humph! Ma Yan ignored the curious gazes and coldly stared at Lin Ling. The killing intent in his eyes was very clear. Today, he really did want to take Lin Ling's life. It's because I don't want to lose face that I have to say that you're right even if you're wrong. Even if you kill Lord Li's daughter, I have to support you. Humph! Lin Ling ignored Ma Yan's killing intent. This Ma Yan was really self-centered. Even if someone else died, he wouldn't lose face for himself. To him, Lord Li's daughter's life was like an ant. Yes, that's what I mean. Ma Yan coldly nodded. Lin Ling sneered. At that time, I didn't know that curing Lord Li's daughter would cause you to lose face and humiliate your self-esteem. However, since you've already lost your dignity, then it doesn't matter if you want it or not. Today, you can lose it again. You. Ma Yan's eyes narrowed. Originally, he said these words to make Lin Ling regret and let Lin Ling know where he was wrong. However, Lin Ling's indifference made him furious. It was easy to kill a person, but it would be satisfying to make that person regret it before they died. However, Ma Yan had failed to do so. Boom! His entire body's protective aura spread out. It was a yellow aura protection, a flame. The fire spirit body bestowed upon him the tyrannical power of fire. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, his protective stellar energy was clearly much stronger. This is the fire spirit body. If this Ma Yan matures, another genius expert will be born in the 100,000 mountains. Far away, flying snow palaces, Shi Menjian indifferently said. He just wanted to see how strong the fire spirit body was, but it didn't disappoint him. His gaze was fixed on Ma Yan and didn't look at Lin Ling at all. Perhaps in his mind, Lin Ling's only use was to let Ma Yan display the fire spirit body and let him familiarize himself with it. At this moment, Ma Yan's right hand pulled out a 2-finger-wide sword from behind his back. His eyes were filled with affection as he wiped the sword with his left hand. My aura protection is very strong and can burn anything in the world. Only the raging flame sword can withstand my flames. Therefore, I am one with the raging flame sword. You should be honored to die under my sword. Yes. I still don't know your name. I hope you don't die so quickly. At least tell me your name. Yes. Whoosh. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Facing Lin Ling, he didn't even bother to use martial arts. If that's the case, you will never know my name. Bang! Lin Ling didn't show any fear. His right hand pulled out and the bronze sword appeared behind him. His aura protection also appeared on the surface of his body, but he didn't retreat. Looking at Ma Yan, he also shot out. Meet force with force? You're courting death. Bang! Lin Ling's action made many people shake their heads. Not to mention Ma Yan's fire spirit body, just the fact that Ma Yan had the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering at the age of 15 made the youth's foundation weaker. The youth was also around 15 years old, but it was impossible for him to have the strength of the 7th stage of body tempering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two figures collided. Clang! A crisp sound rang out and entered everyone's ears. Chapter 43. The tyrannical Lin Ling. In the open space, the two figures clashed with their swords. The tip of their swords collided with each other, creating dazzling sparks. A powerful shockwave spread out from the two of them in all directions. However, no matter how one looked at it, the young man who clashed with Ma Yan was unscathed. Moreover, the youth's protective aura was extremely strange. It was black in color and there were 7 black dragons circling around it. Another 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation? In the distance, Shi Menjian was quite shocked, and in another direction, Iron Demon's eyes slowly opened as he looked over with a profound gaze. A 15-year-old at the 7th stage of body transformation was extremely rare in the 100,000 mountains. He thought that Ma Yan was the only one, but who knew that the youth was also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Lin Ling reached the 7th stage of body transformation? And Yue was also shocked. She was worried about Lin Ling before, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. She thought about it again. Lin Ling should have used the black tortoise energy suppressing pill to reach the 7th stage of body transformation. Although the black tortoise energy suppressing pill could raise one's strength by 1 level, it was extremely abnormal for him to use half a month to digest the pill. You're also at the 7th stage of body transformation? Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He had always been the most talented genius of the 4 great sects, so he was extremely proud. But he didn't expect that this honor wasn't his alone. So what if you're at the 7th stage of body transformation? My fire spirit body allows me to surpass my opponent. You will still die in my hands. Ma Yan roared, wanting to use his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Unfortunately, if Lin Ling was at the 7th stage of body transformation, he would definitely win. But Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength was not an ordinary technique. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling's spiritual energy rushed into the bronze sword, causing it to turn black. A strong and overbearing aura flowed out from the sword tip and rushed towards Ma Yan's raging flame sword. Pa pa pa. The raging flame sword was not a huge sword and was immediately bent like a bow. Scram! Lin Ling bellowed. The moment his voice fell, Ma Yan's raging fire sword was unable to bear the burden. It suddenly bounced back and flew out along with Ma Yan. Along the way, his figure smashed into a large number of ancient martial art practitioners. The surging power caused many ancient martial art practitioners to vomit blood. In an instant, the square was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes flickering with shock. In a clash of geniuses, Ma Yan was the one who lost in a contest of earth energy protection. How was this possible? One had to know that Ma Yan possessed the fire spirit body and was a genius who could jump ranks to battle. No one could believe their eyes. You've hidden your strength well. It seems I underestimated you. But don't be too proud. I didn't use my full strength just now. In the crowd, Ma Yan walked back with an ugly expression. He was once again humiliated by Lin Ling. I have never been complacent. From beginning to end, it has always been you who has been speaking. But are you the only one who has not used your full strength? Lin Ling coldly stared at Ma Yan. His words caused the eyes of the surrounding people to widen. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling put his finger into his mouth and suddenly bit down. Reverse blood technique. Reverse blood technique. In their first confrontation, he was very clear that Ma Yan's fire spirit body was indeed very strong. After all, with his 9 dragon strength, if Ma Yan was an ordinary 7th stage body transformation cultivator, he would have already defeated him. But in their first confrontation, Ma Yan had only suffered light injuries. Therefore, he had to use 70% of his strength. Once the reverse blood technique was used, Lin Ling's body emitted white smoke. In addition to the black spirit energy circulating around his body, it made him appear extremely demonic. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. From Lin Ling's body, they could feel an extremely powerful aura. Of course, Ma Yan was not weak either. His entire body's earth energy protection changed, as if he had used a martial art. Before, I did not use a martial art, so you took advantage of me. Now that I have used a martial art, your good luck has come to an end. Taking one step at a time, Ma Yan's face was ferocious. He then proudly said, "My fire spirit body is blessed by the heavens. There are many martial arts that I cannot practice, but I can only practice fire attribute martial arts." The elder of the Fallen Leaves sect searched through the ancient records, and after a year, he finally found a set of martial arts for me, Flame Dragon Bite. This set of martial arts, other than me, no one else can practice it. Bang! Bang! His entire body's earth energy protection suddenly erupted, making him look like a man of fire. The flames seemed to have a spirit of their own. They constantly circled around, forming a fire dragon as thick as an arm that wrapped around his raging flame sword. At this moment, he was like the monarch of fire. From the beginning of the battle until now, you have been nagging non-stop, as if you have already won, but in reality, you have not. Bang! The change in Ma Yan's aura did not cause Lin Ling to reveal any fear. He walked step by step towards Ma Yan. Before, I did not win, but now, I have already won. Bang! Ma Yan laughed arrogantly and walked towards Lin Ling. It seemed that the display of martial arts gave him great confidence. Both of them walked forward slowly. Their speed seemed slow, but in reality, everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. It was also a clash of auras. A storm was coming, so the attacks here would definitely be fierce. For a moment, everyone was curious. They wanted to see how many moves that mysterious youth could block from Ma Yan. Time seemed to have slowed down a lot, but in the next moment, the storm arrived. Flame Dragon Bite. Bang! Ma Yan took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. The sword in his hand was like a dragon rushing out of a volcano, bringing with it a violent and high temperature that could burn everything in the world. In terms of control of fire, in the entire 100,000 mountains, besides Ma Yan, no one dared to call themselves number one. The bronze greatsword in Lin Ling's hand strangely turned black. The inverse blood technique increased his speed and attack, but at this moment, he gave up on speed and chose to meet force with force. He wanted to see if Ma Yan's fire spirit body was stronger, or if his 9 dragons were more domineering. Whoosh! The greatsword swung without any fancy moves. It was an attack of pure strength. Clang! The two swords collided like two volcanoes. Burn everything you have. Ma Yan roared. Ma Yan shouted arrogantly, but when their swords clashed, his expression changed. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his raging flame sword. It was like a huge mountain, and his sword could not cut it, nor could it burn it. Moreover, that terrifying power gradually exploded from its initial weak state. Fly! Bang! Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, sweeping everything in his path. His sword was not light, but like a broadsword. Kacha! A powerful force exploded and sent Ma Yan flying as if he had been slapped by an ancient demonic beast. How is his spiritual energy stronger than mine? Ma Yan roared. While flying, Ma Yan's expression changed drastically. Just as he stopped his charge, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Lin Ling followed him like a shadow and slashed again without any fancy moves. Chapter 44. Nothing much. What a fast speed. Ma Yan was shocked. He raised the raging flame sword in his hand, wanting to block Lin Ling's slash. Bang! The sword in the air was like a giant axe, like a thunderbolt. As the sword slashed down, Ma Yan's raging flame sword let out a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the sword's body, and even the spiraling fire dragon dimmed. Under Ma Yan's feet, a 5-meter wide crack appeared and continued to expand. The fire spirit body is indeed something to be proud of. You can defeat martial artists of the same realm, but the prerequisite is that the martial artist you meet is not an ordinary martial artist. Bang! Lin Ling said coldly. He raised the sword in his right hand again. The sword that was the size of a door descended like a heavenly punishment. Bang! Another slash. Crack! Ma Yan's sword broke. He was smashed to the ground by the tyrannical force. He spat out blood and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that this young man only knew some unorthodox medical skills. He did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. Ma Yan can't even withstand a single blow. Who is this young man? How can he be so strong? Bang! The surrounding onlookers were shocked. In their eyes, this young man fully demonstrated what violent martial arts were. In fact, if not for me, Lord Li would have already killed you. Because you almost killed his daughter. But you didn't know what's good for you. Because you felt humiliated by kneeling, you actually wanted to kill me. I've said it before. Anyone who wants to kill me, I'll make them pay the price. Bang! Lin Ling's killing intent locked onto Ma Yan on the ground. That giant sword was filled with a sharp light. He wanted to kill Ma Yan. After experiencing the inner disciple assessment, Lin Ling had become more decisive. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, everyone wanted to stand at the peak of the world and rule the world. On the path of martial arts, they would cut down all obstacles. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not kill Ma Yan now, Ma Yan would kill him. Ma Yan was an arrogant and irrational martial artist. In order to become stronger, he would not have any compassion. Enough. Just as Lin Ling's sword was about to slash down, a shout suddenly rang out. Not far away, Yi Tianling's face was ice cold as she stared at Lin Ling. In the depths of her eyes, there was an inviolable majesty. Do you think it's enough just because you say so? Lin Ling did not turn around, but the sword in his hand did not stop. Instead, he slashed at Ma Yan. It's just a spar. Why take my life? With me here, no one can touch junior brother Ma. Yi Tianling obviously did not expect Lin Ling to ignore her. Lin Ling may have some talent, but in her eyes, he was just a so-so. At least for now, Yi Tianling was stronger than Lin Ling. In that case, I'll clean up the house for an Yuer. 5 Poison Divine Palm. An afterimage appeared above the square, invisible like the wind. In the next moment, it appeared behind Lin Ling. At the same time, a dreamlike palm slapped towards Lin Ling's back. Yi Tianling made her move. No one expected her to make a move. After all, this was a spar between Ma Yan and Lin Ling. Generally speaking, no one would interfere. However, in order to save her junior brother, Yi Tianling made her move. Moreover, this move was like a sneak attack. Even though it seemed like she wanted to save Ma Yan, she actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. Yi Tianling, you're despicable. And Yuer finally reacted. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, but it was too late for her to save Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of slashing down with his sword, but the smell of blood behind him caused his expression to change. Without thinking, he stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. His hands moved quickly, and the black qi around his body surged to his palms, causing his palms to turn pitch black. The spirit qi was like a dancing black flame. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling looked behind him and slapped out. Tyrant Dragon Seal. This palm strike was Lin Ling's strongest attack, and it was also his full strength. He did not know who was behind him, but he sensed that the attacker was very strong. He needed to use his strongest attack to deal with it. What's the use? A sinister voice sounded. The dreamy palm slapped out, and with a boom, it met Lin Ling's Tyrant Dragon Seal. Bang! A strong wave of qi rolled out. On the square, the wind swept away the clouds, and the spiritual energy scattered in all directions, causing the people around to gasp. How could you block my 5 Poison Divine Palm? A puzzled voice sounded. Yi Tianling's body flew out, and after flying for more than 10 meters, she stopped and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and walked towards Ma Yan again. The more Yi Tianling tried to stop him, the more he wanted to kill. He blocked Yi Tianling's palm. Yi Tianling is an outstanding figure in the 8th level of body tempering, and is ranked 8th among the inner disciples. Looking at the youth in front of them, the crowd's eyes widened. When they saw Lin Ling defeat Ma Yan, they thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Who would have thought that Lin Ling could even exchange a blow with an 8th level of body tempering expert? One must know that the 8th level of body tempering expert was not an ordinary 8th level of body tempering expert. This youth is hard to see through. In the distance, Shi Menjian frowned. He was not afraid of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength was too strange. Even Tai Mo's eyes lit up, as if he had seen something interesting. If I want to kill him, can you save him? Arriving in front of Ma Yan, Lin Ling pulled out his sword with his right hand and said coldly. Yi Tianling's face was extremely ferocious. Not being able to kill Lin Ling with her palm made her feel extremely embarrassed. But soon, she laughed and said, if he dies, you will die too. Those who are hit by my 5-poison divine palm will not live for more than a day. Her 5-poison divine palm was not known for its strength, but for its poison. 5-poison divine palm, a 3rd-grade yellow-class martial art. It is a very insidious martial art. It was the reason why Yi Tianling was able to become the 8th-ranked inner court disciple of the Fallen Leaf sect. She practiced with scorpions, snakes, spiders, centipedes, and toads. Hearing Yi Tianling's words, many people around revealed looks of fear. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning in their eyes. 5-poison divine palm? Lin Ling frowned and opened his left hand. He immediately discovered that his palm was colorful, as if it had been dyed with paint. But this color was not on the surface, but on the inside of his palm. Under my 5-poison divine palm, there has never been a survivor. Kneel and beg for mercy. Maybe I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, Yi Tianling could not help but laugh with pride. It seemed that in the past, she had often encountered this kind of situation. She enjoyed the arrogance of her enemies when they were hit by her 5-poison divine palm, but in the end, they would lose their dignity and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling did not pay attention to her proud laughter. After pondering for a moment, he took out 3 heaven-class recovery pills and swallowed them. At the same time, the black spirit in his body rushed to his arm to expel the poison. Previously, when he was training in the burial ground, he had studied the medical books left by the ghost monkey. In addition, he had a strong recovery ability of the black spirit and the recovery pills. Now, it was all playing its role. After a while, the surface of his palm began to squirm as if some poisonous insect was being forced out of his palm. His palm began to emit a colorful spirit energy. The spirit energy continued to condense and turned into a colorful silkworm. Is this your poison? Not good. Chapter 45. Fame in a single battle. You cured me of my poison! Exclamation point. Yi Tianling was shocked, as if she had suffered a blow. She actually saw someone who could cure her poison. How was this possible? Don't get ahead of yourself. My tyrant dragon seal isn't that easy to take! Exclamation point. Lin Ling looked at Yi Tianling coldly after stomping the worms on the ground to death. You're only at the 7th level of physique tempering. How strong can your attack be? Are you trying to hurt me? Yi Tianling snorted coldly. But before she could finish her sentence, her energy center shook violently, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood and her face to turn pale. It was obvious that she wasn't unscathed after clashing with Lin Ling's palm. Instead, she was injured. Lin Ling's tyrant dragon palm was condensed from his entire body's chi to protect his body. It was equivalent to the full force of the 9 dragons. It was overbearing and magnificent. In addition, Lin Ling had also added in the characteristics of the King of Hell's bone-shattering fist. With the combination of the two, how could Yi Tianling be unscathed? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even Yuer's eyes widened in disbelief. Alright, it's your turn. Ma Yan, it's time to end this. Exclamation point. Ignoring Yi Tianling's venomous gaze, Lin Ling raised his sword and looked at Ma Yan indifferently. On the ground, Ma Yan's face was ashen. He had seen that even senior sister Yi couldn't stop this young man. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. The funny thing was that Ma Yan thought that he was the strongest among his peers, so he didn't put this young man in his eyes. In the end, he ended up like this. I can't accept this. If given time, I will definitely become a strong person. I have talent, I have cultivation resources, and I'm also an alchemist. I can't accept to die in your hands. Exclamation point. Ma Yan roared with difficulty. His voice was filled with unwillingness and regret. You think too much. You think too much. Even if I don't kill you, your achievements are limited. The 100,000 mountains is just the tip of the iceberg. You have a fire spirit body, but it's only a first-grade spirit body. There are many people more talented than you, but you are so arrogant. With this attitude, how far can you go? Lin Ling shook his head indifferently, but the sword in his hand chopped down. Martial artists all have a certain drive. Only with self-confidence can you go further. Your drive is actually not wrong. What's wrong is that you provoked the wrong person. Whoosh. He took Ma Yan's life with a single slash. Ma Yan died with his eyes wide open, filled with deep regret. After Lin Ling's sword slashed down, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They didn't regret Ma Yan's death. After all, in this world, there was no lack of geniuses. What surprised them was that in the myriad mountains, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Another mysterious genius had risen. As for the geniuses from the various sects, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. In the beginning, they had misjudged and thought that Ma Yan was the most talented. But in the end, the truly terrifying one was that young man. Although the young man's current strength was not as good as theirs, if he maintained his progress, surpassing them was not impossible. He doesn't seem to be a genius with a spirit physique, but he was able to defeat Ma Yan, who has a first-rank spirit physique. It seems that this is the result of his cultivation method. This method in his hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If I can obtain it, then I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. In a corner of the square, a young man was hiding in the dark. He had one eye, but the other was blind. However, his remaining eye was emitting a cold light at this moment. Although in this world, there were geniuses who were blessed by the heavens and had extraordinary spirit physiques, the heavens were fair. Ordinary people had a chance to surpass geniuses with spirit physiques, and they relied on cultivation methods. A high-level cultivation method could make up for the lack of talent, so this young man was very curious about Lin Ling's cultivation method. He wanted to steal it and use it for himself. Let me give you a word of advice. It's best not to do this right now. Although there are only geniuses from the 4 sects here, in reality, there are still experts watching from the restaurant in the distance. Moreover, there are experts hiding in every corner of the street. If you make a move, it might cause a change. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded in the young man's ear. The young man's expression changed, but he didn't dare to make a move. Indeed, at this moment, in a restaurant in the distance, a young man around the age of 16 was drinking wine and watching the scene in the square with a faint smile. There were several people serving him by his side, and he was holding a charming young woman in his arms. If one looked carefully, one would see the word Zhang embroidered on the chest of the young man's white brocade robe. If someone with knowledge was here, they would definitely know that this young man was from the Zhang clan of the 8 great ancient clans. In addition, on the roof of a blue brick house, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat quietly. His eyes were constantly flashing. The scene in the square had been seen by him, and it caused ripples in his heart. Then, he looked up at the sky, and his gaze fell on the bright moonlight. In the ancient clan's Lin clan, all 16-year-old bloodlines must be tested. In the 100,000 great mountains, only Ling is from the Lin clan. Calculating the time, Ling should be about the same age as that young man. I just don't know how strong he is, and whether or not Huoleitang will do what he needs to do to protect Ling. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, and the nostalgia in his eyes deepened. At this moment, in the square, everyone was staring at Lin Ling. On the fallen leaf sect side, the experts were restless. In addition, the geniuses from the other sects were also hesitating about something, as if they were considering whether or not to kill Lin Ling. An oppressive atmosphere flowed through the square. Many people found it difficult to breathe, as if a storm was coming. And Yuer had already quietly walked to Lin Ling's side, and her expression was extremely dignified. So Li friend is here. It took me a long time to find you. Haha. At this moment, a light laughter sounded out. In the square, a middle-aged man slowly walked towards Lin Ling. This person was Mr. Li. His appearance was like breaking the silence. Many restless hearts couldn't help but helplessly withdraw. Then, they were all shocked. No one thought that Mr. Li would come. Mr. Li was the strongest powerhouse in Mountain View Town. He possessed the strength of the 10th stage of body transformation, and was able to summon all the wandering martial artists of Mountain View Town. This person could be called a hero of a region. But looking at the current situation, it was clear that Mr. Li was on the same side as that young man. What a fellow that makes one jealous. It has to be known that Mr. Li never participates in the competition between the 4 great sects' genius disciples. There were once geniuses who tried to win over Mr. Li with precious pills, but they were all rejected. I never thought that this young man would be able to obtain Mr. Li's assistance. Sigh. In a corner of the square, some geniuses secretly whispered. Chapter 46. The summit began. Lord Li, we're just out for a stroll, but it's already late, let's go back. All right. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he spoke with a smile. After which, he strode away. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his sharp senses had detected that something was amiss. There were many powerful auras in the surroundings that were ready to cause trouble. Good. All right. Lord Li laughed and then followed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's calm and collected attitude made him extremely impressed. This youth was only 15 years old, but he had a calmness that surpassed his peers. Moreover, he had a sharpness that surpassed ordinary martial artists. The 3 of them left casually, and the square gradually returned to its previous state. Some of the experts who were watching the show had complicated feelings. They were curious about the identity of the mysterious youth who became famous in one battle. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. You actually tied with Yi Tianling. All right. Walking along the street, and Yuer quietly looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with surprise. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to injure Yi Tianling. His strength was almost on par with hers. One must know that this youth had just entered the inner sect not long ago. I'm not that strong. Yi Tianling was injured because she underestimated me and rashly exchanged blows with me. If she was careful, perhaps the one who was injured would be me. Lin Ling shook his head. You're too modest. In the younger generation of the 100,000 mountains, there are no more than 50 people who can fight with Yi Tianling and maintain a tie. Moreover, all of them are about the same age as Yi Tianling. Only you are 15 years old. And Yuer said with a serious expression. She was looking forward to it. If given more time, Lin Ling's strength would definitely surpass even more genius experts. It's just luck. All right. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about it. 3 days later, at the Genius Summit, let's meet again. All right. All right. All right. And Yuer nodded. After seeing Lin Ling's rapid growth, she also felt some pressure, so she wanted to use the time to increase her strength. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. Back in his room, Lin Ling wanted to cultivate in silence, but he just couldn't calm down. He thought of the peaceful days in the previous world. Although that world was also filled with the law of the jungle, it did not kill people. But here, he did not want to kill people, but he was forced to. This world was forcing him to integrate into it. Everything was because of martial arts. Ma Yan is the second person I've killed. The first was Yang Zhan. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he suddenly felt a little dazed. But soon, he thought of the figure that was sleeping on Alcade Peak. That weak little girl, and his eyes gradually became firm. Killing is to protect the inviolable territory in your heart. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling's previously shaken martial heart stabilized once again. If I want to protect the Alcade Peak, I must defeat many enemies. I must participate in the Genius Summit. However, Yi Tianling is already so strong, there are many more geniuses above her. I must surpass them one by one. Although Lin Ling had the assistance of his mysterious eyes and his cultivation speed was faster than the average person's, there were still many people who were stronger than him. Some geniuses had spirit bodies, some had illustrious family backgrounds, and some had fortuitous encounters after fortuitous encounters. Every powerhouse that could become a genius was not a groundless rumor. There is still one black turtle energy suppressing pill left. I'll swallow it. Although I won't be able to break through in a short period of time, the spiritual energy gathered in my body can be constantly absorbed as I fight. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling swallowed the other black turtle energy suppressing pill. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In his heart, he constantly thought of the recent battle. His opponent's moves, his own moves, his opponent's strengths, his own weaknesses. As Lin Ling continued to meditate, he felt that although his realm did not rise, his strength had increased by 10%. In addition, the 7 black spiritual energies in his dantian were constantly surging, and the 7 stages of body transformation gradually stabilized. Time slowly passed. 3 days of cultivation passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lin Ling pushed open the window. Outside, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. In the distance, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. The Summit of Geniuses had begun. At the Summit of Geniuses, powerhouses are as common as clouds. My goal is to temper myself and increase my combat experience, not to win the championship. Lin Ling did not bite off more than he could chew. His cultivation time was short, and he could not compare to those geniuses. Thus, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat everyone. As long as he could reach a certain level of cultivation, then even if he lost, it would be fine. But thinking that he could compete with the geniuses of the 4 faction, Lin Ling was looking forward to it. He wanted to see just how far he could go. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Ling went to look for an Yuer. Not long after, the two met on the street. Lin Ling looked carefully and discovered that Yuer had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of body transformation. It seemed that in these past 3 days, senior apprentice sister and had also benefited greatly. Take this is the mask, and also your broadsword. Yes. Yuer smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. She handed over the 2 items in her hands to Lin Ling. One was a pitch-black mask, and the other was a broadsword made of wrought iron. Lin Ling blinked, puzzled. He wasn't too sure what this meant. This is Mr. Li's idea. 3 days ago, your battle made you famous, and many people are curious about your origins. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mr. Li suggests that you wear the mask and change to the broadsword to hide your identity. Yuer explained. Lin Ling thought for a moment. This was a good suggestion. If he hid his identity, he would be able to erupt with his full strength. Not only that, but the recent scene in the square had made him realize that many people were curious about him. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took the mask and put it on. At the same time, he changed the broadsword to the broadsword. This broadsword was similar to the broadsword. It was also known for its vigorous strength. Of course, after Lin Ling swung it, he still felt that it wasn't as smooth as the broadsword. Perhaps it was because he was used to using the broadsword. As for the black mask, he didn't know what material it was made of. After Lin Ling put it on, he felt that it was quite comfortable. The surface of the mask was painted with strange patterns, and there were only 2 eye holes. When you wear this mask, you really give people a mysterious feeling. And Yuer sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was slender, and his body was well proportioned. He couldn't be considered a muscular man. Coupled with the black mask, he gave off a cold and demonic feeling. Mysterious feeling? If the mysterious feeling can scare the enemy, then that's not bad. Haha. Lin Ling also joked. Soon after, the 2 of them walked down the street. And Yuer explained to Lin Ling that the Genius Summits process was a bit better. This Genius Summits competition was in the form of small groups. Each group had 3 people. Only by defeating the other group's 3 people would they be considered to have won. On the other hand, if their group's 3 people all lost, then that meant they were eliminated. Currently, Lin Ling and Yuer were only 2 people. Clearly, they couldn't form a group. There's one more person. I've already decided on a candidate. Hey, he's here. Chapter 47. 3-person group. Lu Qian, 9th stage of body transformation, 7th ranked inner court disciple of Flying Snow Palace. After the woman walked over, Yuer immediately introduced her to the others. Greetings, senior apprentice Sister Lu. Lin Ling froze for a moment, then cupped his hands in greeting. He secretly examined Lu Qian and discovered that her strength was not bad, but she did not have the talent of a spirit body. Lu Qian nodded at Lin Ling and lightly said, "How is your strength?" Her words were extremely calm, giving off a slightly arrogant feeling. Of course, with her cultivation, she had the qualifications to be arrogant. 7th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling said. Lu Qian frowned in dissatisfaction, but she quickly ignored it. My strength is a bit weak, but I can't find a suitable person in a short period of time. Let's go together. With our strength, we might not be able to go far. Maybe we'll be eliminated in 3 matches. Sigh. At the summit of geniuses, powerhouses were as common as clouds. Even she did not have the confidence to obtain a good result. She only wanted a chance to temper herself. The 3 of them chatted as they walked towards the registration area. There was a surging crowd, and many young elites were already boiling with excitement. These young elites all came from the 4 great sects, and all wanted to use this stage to show off their strength. However, to participate in the Summit of Geniuses, there were requirements. The minimum cultivation was at the 7th stage of body transformation. This threshold blocked many people. In the end, only 300 people had the qualifications to participate in the Summit of Geniuses. These 300 people were divided into 100 groups, and then quietly waited for the next elimination round. The Summit of Geniuses was held on a mountain peak near Mountain View Town. This mountain peak towered into the clouds, and the peak was as if it had been cut open by a knife. It was neat and flat, and from this mountain peak, one could see over half of the 100,000 great mountains. It was extremely mystical. Mountain View Town's name came from this. I have the strength of the peak of the 6th stage of body transformation, but I still can't participate in the Summit of Geniuses. Sigh. The Summit of Geniuses is a competition between geniuses of the 100,000 great mountains. What qualifications do you have to participate? You should be satisfied to be able to watch the battles. Sigh. To be able to watch the battles of those geniuses will be helpful to my future martial arts. Discussions rang out endlessly on the flat mountain peak. Iron Devil, Shi Menjian, Imperial Wind, Meng Haoran, and Wang Fei are definitely the main characters of this year's Summit of Geniuses. It's a new era. But what makes me curious is that none of the conclave disciples of the 4 sects are participating. Of course. Core disciples already rule the world, and have the status of elders in their respective sections. What are they competing for? Don't bite off more than you can chew. The world of geniuses like Iron Demon isn't something you can understand. Listening to the voices around him, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. With his current strength, he might be able to rank in the top 10 among the inner disciples of the 4 great sections. However, compared to the top disciples, he was still lacking. Go in. Lu Qian said faintly. Her expression was calm, but her eyes flickered. Clearly, she had heard the discussions of the people around her. This made her feel some pressure. Compared to those top experts, she still felt that she was no match for them. Time passed slowly, and more people gathered in the square. The 300 geniuses who were going to participate in the summit had all arrived. There were more than 300 people in total, and they were grouped into 100 groups. Within the groups, there were some top geniuses who led 2 junior brothers. Some groups had 2 top geniuses, and these groups were obviously very strong. Iron Demon, how about we go together? My strength is at the 9th level of body transformation, and I should be able to match up to you. At a corner of the square, an expert from the Flying Snow Palace said. Scram! Scram! Iron Demon sat quietly on top of a large rock. His voice was cold, and he directly rejected because the other party wasn't qualified. That Flying Snow Palace disciple's expression turned ugly, and he left awkwardly. Not long after, another youth walked in front of Iron Demon. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and a long sword hung at his waist. The smile on his face gave people the feeling of a spring breeze, but there was arrogance in his smile. Dragons do not coexist with snakes. Those who have the qualifications to team up with me are few and far between. Iron Demon, you barely qualify to enter my eyes. Scram! You too. Scram! Iron Demon looked at the youth indifferently. The other party was Shimenjian, and had the qualifications to team up with him. I, Imperial Wind, have never competed, but if I do, I will definitely be the strongest. The 2 of you will team up with me. Another youth walked over. He was dressed in green, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was extremely cold. Iron Demon and Shimenjian looked at each other, and without saying anything, they nodded. The person who came was Imperial Wind, the second strongest of the 4 great sects, the Wild Blade sect. He also had the qualifications. After the 3 of them reached an agreement, they quietly waited for the Genius Summit to begin. The 3 of them teamed up not for glory, but to be valued by the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans. They wanted to enter the Zhang family and be heavily nurtured. Only in this way could they go further. The 100,000 Great Mountains was a small place, and their ambitions did not stop there. Look over there. The 3 great geniuses have teamed up. Heavens, who can beat them? The strange situation here quickly attracted the attention of many people, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for some of the arrogant geniuses, their faces were gloomy. After all, in their small groups, there might be one person with decent strength, while the other was inferior. Such a small group was already considered decent amongst the 100 small groups. However, on Iron Demon's side, the 3 of them were all top experts, and seemed to be determined to be the champion. Looks like the champion has been decided. Sigh, I just hope we don't meet them too early. Lu Qian also looked over and could not help but sigh. Even Inuer was somewhat silent, surprised by the strength of that group. I look forward to meeting them. Different from the others, Lin Ling's expression was calm. After all, the purpose of this trip was to temper himself. Weak opponents would not have the effect of tempering himself. Only strong opponents could satisfy his requirements. As for losing, Lin Ling did not plan to win. Lu Qian heard Lin Ling's words and glared. This little guy was arrogant enough. Of course, she did not take Lin Ling's words to heart. Silence. At this moment, a calm voice sounded above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The huge square quieted down. The cultivators of the 100,000 Great Mountains are too weak, but in the end, they still have to be unified. Therefore, my Zhang family has come with this purpose. The Genius Summit is the time to test your strength. I hope you will do your best. The owner of the voice was extremely arrogant. His words were disdainful, as if he had come to unify the 100,000 great mountains. However, although his words were arrogant and he looked down on others, no one dared to object. Everyone knew that the person who spoke was a member of the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans. This time, the Genius Summit will have 100 groups divided into 10 martial stages. The winning group of each martial stage can enter my Zhang family to cultivate. As soon as these words were spoken, the square was in an uproar. Entering the Zhang family to cultivate was undoubtedly the same as leaving the 100,000 great mountains and entering the vast world of the strong. This was the dream of every cultivator. Chapter 48. The First Group Battle. All the martial artists in the square went crazy, their eyes filled with envy. The top 5 groups would be rewarded with a rune bag. It was said that the rune bag had its own space and could store many things. It was a necessary item for martial artists to go out and train. Taking the 100,000 mountains as an example, other than the various sect leaders and elders, no one had the qualifications to possess a rune bag. As for the 5th grade of the body transformation realm, this was even more desirable. Up until now, within the 100,000 great mountains, even the strongest geniuses were only able to cultivate a 4th grade cultivation technique. A 5th grade cultivation technique could even become the core cultivation technique of the 4 great sects. As for the 1st grade of the profound realm, that was a martial art for those above the body transformation realm. These 2 rewards were priceless. Only the ancient Zhang family had the resources to take them out. In the corner of the square, Tai Mo and the other 2's eyes lit up. The determination on their faces was extremely strong. On the other side, Lu Qian's eyes were filled with envy. Hidden within the envy was a madness that was determined to obtain it. And Yuer's face was calm, without the slightest change in her expression. This small change made Lin Ling secretly surprised. However, Lin Ling was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Although the 5th grade of the body transformation realm was rare, compared to his strength of the 9 dragons, it was clearly not on the same level. The only thing that caught his eye from the ancient Zhang family's reward was the rune bag. The Genius Summit begins. Boom! In the square, there was a rumbling sound. Gradually, 10 martial stages rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. This mysterious method made many people secretly smack their lips. At the same time, several jade tokens flew from the sky and landed in the hands of each group. Each martial stage has 10 groups. After that, there will be an elimination round. The loser will be directly eliminated. We will be assigned to the 9th martial stage. Lu Qian looked at the jade token in her hand. Then, her gaze turned. When she saw the other groups on the 9th martial stage, her face sank. And Yuer felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but ask, Sister Qian, what's wrong? Sister Qian. In the 9th martial stage, the other groups are not worth being afraid of with my strength at the 9th stage of the body transformation realm. But that group cannot be underestimated. The leader is Pan Yan, who is also at the 9th stage of the body transformation realm. Even I am not his opponent. I hope that we won't meet too early. Lu Qian sighed. As if sensing Lu Qian's gaze, a young man with a face full of scars looked over coldly from the other 3-man team. He licked his lips and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. After that, he made a gesture of slitting his throat. This action was directed at Lu Qian. Obviously, the young man called Pan Yan could also see that in Lu Qian's group, only Lu Qian was worthy of his attention. The others were all trash. Lu Qian retracted her gaze and frowned. Lin Ling also looked in that direction. However, in his heart, the young man called Pan Yan made him somewhat wary, but for some reason, it was the skinny and short young man beside Pan Yan who gave him an even more mysterious feeling. Could it be that Pan Yan's group wasn't the strongest? While he was thinking, the battles on the other martial stages had already begun. According to the rules of the martial stages, admitting defeat or falling out of the martial stage was considered a loss. Of course, death was also considered a loss. Once you fall into my hands, admitting defeat isn't the end. Death is. Die. On the first martial stage, the battle quickly ended. Of the two opponents who went up, one of them was directly obliterated, not even giving the opponent a chance to admit defeat. While one of them died, the remaining two continued to fight. Unfortunately, the remaining two directly admitted defeat, not daring to go up the martial stage. Although the method of obliterating the opponent was extremely cruel, it was obvious that the deterrence effect was not bad. The battle on the fifth martial stage also ended. Although the geniuses who went up did not obliterate their opponents, they all crippled their opponents. Moreover, they all used one move. No matter who went up, they were all defeated in one move. The battles on the 10 martial stages were extremely intense. The spectators' interest was high and they were extremely indifferent towards the lives that had been lost. Martial artists fought against the heavens for their lives. Daring to walk on this path was a life and death companionship. All the martial artists were used to it. As for Lin Ling, his expression was also calm. After experiencing so much, he had already integrated into this world. Alright, it's almost our turn. The first battle, who will go up first? Lu Qian had the aura of a big sister. She looked at Lin Ling and Anuer and said. In a 3-person group, the first person to go up was very important. They couldn't be too weak or too strong. If they were too weak, then they would lose their momentum. The opponent would also grow stronger, and it was very likely that they would erupt and eliminate the 3 opponents. If they were too strong, although they could win, they would exhaust their physical strength. If they encountered a stronger group in the next round, then their physical strength and spiritual qi would be insufficient and they would lose. I'll go. Alright. Lin Ling opened his mouth. His goal was different from Lu Qian's. He came to temper himself. Naturally, he wanted to fight as many battles as he wanted. Your cultivation is the lowest among the 3 of us. You're a bit weak. I think junior apprentice sister you should go up. Lu Qian frowned. But after she finished speaking, she glanced at Anuer. She found that Anuer did not say anything. She seemed to agree with Lin Ling going up first, so she didn't stop him. Letting Lin Ling go up first was also good. She and Anuer were the main force, and they could also fight for more time to rest. The 3 of them had just decided. Soon, it was Lin Ling's group's turn. Lu Qian told Lin Ling to do his best. If he couldn't win, then he should admit defeat and let them deal with the rest. Lin Ling nodded and jumped onto the martial stage. His opponent arrived earlier than Lin Ling. This was an 18-year-old youth. He had one hand behind his back and his face was indifferent. In your group, Lu Qian is not bad. You're at most just a stopgap. It's better to admit defeat early, lest you bring shame to yourself. Sigh. This youth was the vanguard. His strength was in the middle of their group. Obviously, he wanted to use his momentum to make Lu Qian's group feel fear. 7th stage of body transformation. Sigh. Lin Ling checked with his eyes and shook his head. His opponent's strength was not strong. He didn't know where his opponent's confidence and arrogance came from. Yes, I'm at the 7th stage of body transformation, but I'm practicing a 3rd-grade martial art. Moreover, I have a 3rd-grade martial art in my hands. If you don't admit defeat, do you want to die? Humph. The youth coldly snorted. He still regarded Lin Ling as the weakest existence in his group. After he finished speaking, he attacked. Blood shadow technique, blood coagulation finger. Humph. He pointed his finger, and like a blood shadow passing through, it shot straight towards Lin Ling's chest. This finger attack was not only swift and fierce, but combined with the power of the blood shadow technique, it had the power to coagulate the enemy's blood. If the enemy's blood was coagulated, they would either die or be crippled. Next. Humph. Before his finger hit Lin Ling, the youth arrogantly said. Interesting. Humph. Lin Ling roughly glanced at his opponent's martial art and knew the characteristics of his opponent's martial art. He shook his head and calmly punched out. Bang! Fist and finger collided, and the air billowed. Pooh! Chapter 49. Total Annihilation. Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. This youth was even worse than Ma Yan. Ma Yan had been defeated by him, so this youth naturally couldn't enter his eyes. He's stronger than I thought. That youth is Han Yun, a disciple of the Flying Snow Palace. Although he isn't at the top, his strength in the 7 stages of body transformation is not weak. In the distance, Lu Qian said with some surprise. Then she looked at Inuer and said, "Will you go up next?" After all, he had exhausted all his strength. If he fought again, he might be at a disadvantage. Sigh. Lu Qian obviously wanted Lin Ling to step down and let Inuer go up. But Inuer smiled and shook her head. She was well aware that Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Your good luck has come to an end. You fought with all your strength against senior brother Han, so you should be exhausted now. Take my palm. Sigh. On the martial stage, the second person from the opposing team stepped onto the stage. This person was very sinister. He didn't say much and directly attacked. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lin Ling any time to rest. You are weaker than the previous person. I'm not interested at all. Is there anyone in your group who is stronger? Sigh. Lin Ling didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward and lightly punched out. With a ping sound, his opponent was easily defeated. Lin Ling's battle originally didn't attract much attention. Many people knew that the strongest person in Lin Ling's group was Lu Qian. But Lin Ling had fought 2 people in a row. For a time, it attracted their attention. That masked youth seemed to have some skill. Not long after, the third martial artist of the group stepped onto the martial stage. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that his 2 junior apprentice brothers would lose like this. If he wanted to win, then he would have to defeat Lin Ling and the other 2. Not to mention whether or not he could defeat them, just the physical strength and spiritual energy required to do so would be difficult for him. So, his anger fell onto Lin Ling. I hate cockroaches the most. Because before a cockroach loses, they always implicate others. I will not let you admit defeat. I want you to die. The third martial artist was a burly young man. Clearly, he was the strongest in the group, having reached physique tempering stage 8. Junior sister let him admit defeat. Looking at the martial stage, Lu Qian frowned. Lin Ling had defeated 2 people in a row, and his results had exceeded her expectations. He had also completed the mission. The next powerhouse was at the 8th stage of body transformation. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for him. It was time for her and Inuer to go up. Inuer shook her head. He is not a reckless person. When it is time to admit defeat, he will admit defeat. He has his own sense of propriety. Could it be that you want him to die? Lu Qian persuaded again, but Inuer didn't say anything more. Many people were looking at Lin Ling's martial stage. This was because Lin Ling, with his strength at the 7th stage of body transformation, had defeated 2 people in a row. This made them very curious. Moreover, after winning 2 matches in a row and not admitting defeat, they felt that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. Could it be that he, with his strength at the 7th stage of body transformation, wanted to defeat someone at the 8th stage of body transformation? After you die, I'll kill your other 2 teammates as well. The burly young man did not hide any of his strength. With a step, he pounced towards Lin Ling, meteor chaotic fist. Boom! 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 The air exploded as colorful fists blasted towards Lin Ling. This burly young man was worthy of being the hidden card of the group. He was much stronger than the previous two. Under the mask, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Through his eyes, he could see the martial arts his opponent was using. The speed was very fast, and the fists were like meteors, like a torrential downpour. It was impossible to guard against. This was the first time he had seen a martial art that was famous for its speed. However, he did not intend to retreat. This was because he came here to temper himself, not to defeat his opponent. Bang! 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 Lin Ling's fists collided with his opponent's. Can your punching speed compare to mine? Humph, a total of 99 juniors have died under my martial art. You are the 100th. The burly young man snorted disdainfully. His punching speed increased. Lin Ling's punching speed was not as fast as his opponent's. In the blink of an eye, he was hit by dozens of punches, causing Lin Ling's body to continuously retreat. He was in an extremely sorry state. Of course, although Lin Ling was retreating, the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Through the exchange, he already knew the uniqueness of this martial art. The punching speed was indeed fast, but because it was fast, the power was weak. This kind of power might be able to cause harm to other martial artists, but to Lin Ling, it could not break through his protective aura. This is your killing punch? It's not very good. Stopping, Lin Ling did not intend to continue. He knew a thing or two about his opponent's martial art and had achieved the effect of tempering himself. Then, he punched out. His fist, which was covered in a pitch-black light, directly hit the dazzling chaotic fist. Bang! 1 strength to overcome 3 intellect. Although the burly young man was at the 8th stage of body transformation, he was clearly only at the 8th stage of body transformation. He was even inferior to Yi Tianling from last time. Under Lin Ling's fist, all of the burly young man's fancy fists were destroyed and he was forced back several steps. It's a bit strange. It looks like I have to use my true strength. I'll say it again. You are the first 100 martial artists to die under my chaotic meteor punch. The burly young man's face became ferocious. He once again shot towards Lin Ling, throwing out chaotic punches. Peng peng peng. This time, he had clearly reached the limit. After half an incense stick of time, his complexion became ugly. The demon-masked youth in front of him stood motionless. He did not even bother to block. He only used his protective aura to protect his body. This was a naked contempt. What a strong protective aura. The surrounding people were all shocked. They discovered that the demon-masked youth could not be underestimated. If you only have this much strength, then you can die. As the burly young man was getting more and more shocked, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. The burly young man's heart skipped a beat. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. His opponent was too strong. He had already used his ultimate technique but still could not defeat him. Pa! Lin Ling stepped forward. The protective aura around his body surged wildly, causing his aura to become extremely fierce. Put on. The burly young man was so frightened that he fell to the ground. He no longer had the arrogance from before. As he saw Lin Ling walk towards him step by step, he became even more panicked. He thought of the words he had said to Lin Ling before. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, put on. He hurriedly got up and knelt down. I admit defeat. Senior, please spare my life. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. Previously, he was confident that he could kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling admitted defeat. On the other hand, Lin Ling could naturally do the same. So even if he lost face, he had to beg for mercy. Under Lin Ling's mask, his cold eyes looked at the burly young man. His terrifying fist punched out. Too late. Bang! The burly young man was hit by the punch. His body shook, and his eyes suddenly revealed a trace of regret. At first, he thought he was stronger than the youth, so he wanted to kill the youth to vent his anger. But later, he found that the youth was more terrifying than he had imagined. So he was afraid and wanted to beg for mercy. But it was all too late. Before he could kill someone, he had to be prepared to be killed at any time. Chapter 50. Shameless Opponent. Amazing, to be able to defeat 3 people at the 7th level of body transformation. I underestimated you. Not bad, young man. Good. When Lin Ling walked back, Lu Qian was no longer as arrogant as before. She hammered Lin Ling's chest, looking as candid as a man. Lin Ling was speechless. This senior sister was really careless. After Lin Ling's team won, the battles on stage 9 continued. Out of the 10 teams, 5 teams were gradually eliminated. The remaining 5 teams did not have any weaklings. They all looked at each other, eyes full of fighting spirit. And the strongest of the 5 teams was Rock Boulder's team. Lu Qian's team is not to be underestimated. In the first round, the youth with the black mask won. Lu Qian and the rest did not even make a move. That's enough. Against us, Lu Qian has no choice but to make a move. That's enough. Rock Boulder's team chatted with each other, their expressions full of confidence. Then they talked about the opponents on the other stages, as if they had already emerged from stage 9 and were about to fight with the other strong martial artists on the other stages. Of course, Lin Ling did not look at Rock Boulder's team. Instead, he looked at the other stages. It had to be said that the other stages had many strong martial artists, especially Iron Demon's team. They were simply unstoppable. This made Lin Ling secretly assess that he was currently not a match for Iron Demon's team, unless he reached the 8th level of body transformation. Time slowly passed. Not long after, Lin Ling's team appeared again. Their opponents were extremely strong, all of them at the 8th level of body transformation. They belonged to the type with solid foundations. This team was very smart in their previous battles. After winning 1 round, they admitted defeat and let their teammates deal with the next opponent. This way, the 3 of them could conserve their strength and spiritual energy. Lin Ling, this team is not weak. Let me go. Anyway, to be able to reach this height, it's already beyond my expectations. Lu Qian took the initiative to volunteer this time. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Leave the main force for later. For this round, I'll continue. That's enough. You're still going? But you fought 3 rounds in a row. I'm afraid your strength and spiritual energy have not recovered yet. Lu Qian is astonished. Lian Zhan, is this ghost-masked youngster made of iron? It's fine. If I can't do it, I'll admit defeat. Although winning is important, my life is more important. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words made Lu Qian unable to persuade him any further. However, she was somewhat curious in her heart. Could it be that this masked youth had no limits? Not long after, Lin Ling stepped onto the martial stage. It's him again. Doesn't this brat get tired? Previously, he had fought 3 people in a row, and now he was leading the charge. Maybe other people came here with the mentality of training, but I have a feeling that Lu Qian's group will all go up in this match. That kid can't stop Hu Lai's group. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. They were also a little excited because the battle was getting more and more intense. You're going to take the lead again. Humph, does Lu Qian not plan to go up? Or do you think you still have a chance to win against us? On the martial stage, Lin Ling's opponent was a thin and tall youth. He indifferently stared at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. Arrogant words, it's better to speak less. Let's start. If you win against me, Lu Qian can go up. Lin Ling ignored the opponent's provocation and indifferently said. Very bold. However, do you know why our group can win? Because we are calm enough. If we want to win against you, it will be easy. However, I don't plan to do that. I plan to take a safer path. The thin and weak youth faintly smiled and then saw Lin Ling's doubtful gaze. He disdainfully shook his head. It seems that you don't know the rules. You must know that in a group competition, if one person wins 3 matches in a row and also takes the lead in the next match, then if he can't defeat his opponent within an hour, he will lose. The rules he spoke of were the truth. This was to prevent 2 opponents from being evenly matched. This way, it would save time. After all, if 2 people were to exhaust each other, who knows how long they would have to fight. You are at the 8th stage of body transformation and I am at the 7th stage of body transformation. You still want to use the delay technique on me? Don't you feel ashamed? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His eyes revealed a look of disdain. In order to win, this guy would use any method. What was the point of winning like this? I don't think so. But you, because I stalled for time and then you lost, you must be very unwilling. I actually enjoy your unwilling appearance. The thin and weak youth shrugged his shoulders. He also didn't attack because he was stalling for time. Shameless. Hearing the thin and weak youth's arrogant words, Lu Qian fiercely cursed. Did this person still have a heart of martial arts? With this mentality, he wouldn't be able to go far on the road of martial arts. Beside her, Annuer slightly frowned but didn't say anything. On the martial stage, Lin Ling coldly stared at the thin and weak youth. Anger rose in his heart, but he also knew that time waits for no one. If the thin and weak youth didn't attack, then he had to. Whoosh! With a step, Lin Ling rushed towards the thin and weak youth. Your fighting spirit is not bad. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. The thin and weak youth strangely laughed. When Lin Ling's fist came, he stepped and his body disappeared like a shadow. In the next moment, he appeared on the other side of the martial stage. Obviously, he didn't choose to avoid the attack, but chose not to fight. The indifference in Lin Ling's eyes deepened. His body moved and he once again rushed towards the thin and weak youth. With your speed, you can't catch up to me. Although I can defeat you, I have to save my strength to defeat Lu Qian. So, you should obediently admit defeat. The thin and weak youth once again chose not to fight. In a few steps, he circled to the other side. Moreover, he took out the wine at his waist and casually drank it. In this way, he was arrogant and proud. This opponent is really teasing people. When the crowd saw this scene, they all laughed. At present, Lin Ling was like a child being teased, extremely embarrassed. However, they didn't know that although Lin Ling was angry in his heart, his face was extremely calm. After several exchanges, he found that the arrogant youth's footwork was strange. He should have practiced a movement martial art. In the martial art book left by the stealing ghost monkey, there is a martial art that is similar to his footwork. It seems to be the 9 palace steps. Stepping on the 9 palaces, 10,000 enemies can't get close. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. Then he experimented again. He kept attacking the thin and weak youth, but the thin and weak youth kept avoiding the fight. Time slowly passed, and the half-hour was getting closer and closer. Lu Qian was not as calm as Lin Ling. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She had never seen such a despicable person. However, the end was getting closer and closer. If Lin Ling had no choice, then he could only be depressed and lose. Why don't you chase? I know you must be very angry, but I enjoy your mood. Come and hit me, idiot. On the martial arts platform, when the thin and weak youth saw Lin Ling stop, he immediately drank his wine casually and jokingly said, "Remember, there is still an incense stick's worth of time left." Lin Ling didn't do any more useless work. He didn't say anything, just coldly looked at the thin and weak youth. Then he stretched out his left hand, put his middle finger into his mouth, and gently bit it. The reverse blood technique was used. Chapter 51. Your arrogance has come to an end. Whoosh. Turning into a blur, Lin Ling once again rushed towards the thin youth. It's no use. You can't touch a single hair of mine. Move. Just as Lin Ling's body moved, the thin youth laughed contemptuously. He used the 9 palace steps and his body disappeared. While using his movement technique, he drank a mouthful of wine in satisfaction. But before the wine entered his mouth, a cold voice came from beside him. Your arrogance has come to an end. Move. Along with the voice, a fist wrapped in black light seemed to tear through space. You caught up to me? Move. The thin youth was shocked. Now he realized that the ghost-masked youth was following him like a shadow. Could it be that in the previous few exchanges, the ghost-masked youth saw through his 9 palace steps? He was surprised. Lin Ling obviously wouldn't answer him. What answered him was a fist. Boom. With a loud sound, Lin Ling's fist hit the thin youth's cheek, breaking his nose and sending his body flying. What happened? Move. Everyone's heart froze. They only heard a loud sound and then saw a figure lying on the ground in the dust. Not far from that figure was a broken wine pot. Wasn't that the thin youth's wine pot? Everyone's expression became interesting. You. The thin youth quickly got up again. His face was full of anger. Especially when he saw the broken wine pot, he felt like he was being mocked. Previously, he drank wine and accepted the challenge. How carefree, how comfortable, how he was playing with his opponent like a cat playing with a mouse. Who knew that the ghost-masked youth would get angry and break his wine pot? This was simply a slap to his face. You've angered me. There's still an incense stick's worth of time left. I don't plan to delay any longer. I want you to die here. Move. The thin youth's right hand shook. His arms suddenly became thick like a monster's arm. Blue veins popped out. It was extremely frightening. His left hand reached for his waist and a folding broadsword appeared. After unfolding it, the broadsword was 2 meters long. It was the kind of broadsword that generals used to kill enemies on the battlefield. Bang! When the hilt of the saber hit the ground, cracks appeared on the ground. It was clear that this skinny youth was not only strong in his movement technique, but also in his strength. Before I die, I'll remind you that I'm the strongest in our group of 3. Holding the saber in his hand, the skinny youth leaped up and slashed at Lin Ling like a rainbow. Whirlwind leaf sweeping chop. In the sky, it was as if a crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. It was a saber light that seemed as if it would split the earth apart, causing the surrounding martial artists to hold their breaths, their eyes filled with shock. This saber was terrifying. 8th level of body transformation. I hope you are stronger than Yi Tianling. Lin Ling also unsheathed the large blade on his back. His blade was different, it resembled both a sword and a blade. It was half a meter long and also emitted a cold light. Black light surged on the blade's body as several dragon-like spirit chi faintly circled around it. Then, he looked at the large saber that was slashing down from the sky. His slash was like a black dragon emerging from the abyss. The 2 sabers collided in midair like meteors. The dazzling light caused many people to subconsciously close their eyes. Then, a deafening sound rang out. Clang! The 2 sabers were like dragons, while the one on the ground was a black dragon. It roared into the sky, engulfing everything. Impossible. In mid-air, the skinny youth's expression changed greatly. After colliding with Lin Ling's saber, his saber could not be held firmly. What kind of powerful strength was this? Die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with indifference. The saber that was raised high above his head chopped down. Shwa. The skinny youth's saber was split in 2, and his body was also split in 2. He fell off the martial stage, his eyes wide open in disbelief before he died. The surrounding crowd watched this scene, each of them feeling as if they were in a dream. With one saber, an expert at the 8th level of body transformation was defeated. The skinny youth did not even have the chance to admit defeat. What kind of strength did the ghost-masked youth have? What a tyrannical saber. In the distance, the gazes of some geniuses were also attracted. They frowned one after another. They realized that the ghost-masked youth did not have a spirit body. If that was the case, then either his cultivation method was powerful, or his martial arts level was high. The surroundings of the 9th martial stage were completely silent. But not long after, an angry roar sounded out, "You dare to kill him!" The one who spoke was the skinny youth's teammate. He still could not believe that his senior brother at the 8th level of body transformation was killed. If I don't kill him, should I wait for him to kill me? Lin Ling looked at that person indifferently. Then, he coldly said, "If you don't accept it, you can go on stage." When these words came out, the person who spoke fell silent. In their group, the skinny youth was the strongest. His speed and attacks were extremely powerful. But even he could not block a single saber, let alone him. Seeing the other party fall silent, Lin Ling sneered. These people only allowed the government to set fires, but not the common people. If the skinny youth had not started to play with him, playing with him like an ant, and then after his arrogant mask was kicked off, he would have become angry and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why would Lin Ling kill him? Next round, I admit defeat. Surrender. Putting away the saber, Lin Ling left the 9th martial stage. He had fought 4 rounds in a row, and his physical strength and spiritual energy had reached their limits. Moreover, under the continuous fighting, the black turtle energy suppressing pill he had swallowed before had also taken effect. The medicinal effects had been stimulated, allowing his cultivation to rapidly rise. So what he needed to do now was to seize the opportunity and consolidate his cultivation. Not to mention, the next 2 opponents were not stronger than the skinny youth. There was no point in continuing to fight. Numerous gazes watched as Lin Ling left. Many people were curious about this ghost-masked youth. Some of the geniuses who had looked down on Lin Ling recalled the previous battle. They suddenly realized that if they were to receive that saber, unless they were at the 9th level of body transformation, it would be very difficult to do so. A 7th level of body transformation defeated an 8th level of body transformation. You are really abnormal. Do you have no limits? Seeing Lin Ling walk back, Lu Qian was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Then, she could not help but punch Lin Ling in the chest. Senior apprentice Sister Lu, I am exhausted right now. If you hit me again, I might not be able to stand up. Lin Ling said with a wry smile. Lu Qian immediately laughed dryly. Then, she looked at Inuer. Senior apprentice Sister Yu, the teammate you found is really not bad. Speaking of which, from the beginning to the end, you were extremely calm. Could it be that you already knew his strength? Inuer faintly smiled. She was as cold as ever and did not say anything. She was very clear that last time, when Lin Ling and Yi Tianling had fought a palm and ended in a draw, she had guessed that Lin Ling had strength comparable to an 8th level of body transformation. Perhaps, if they really fought, she might not be Lin Ling's match. Thinking of this, Inuer looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Lin Ling looked at Inuer and did not say anything. He nodded and said, I will leave the next 2 people to you. I have reached my limit and need to cultivate. Good. Thank you for your hard work. The 2 of us have taken advantage of your glory and have not yet appeared. You should cultivate well. Lu Qian said casually as she patted her chest. The peaks on her chest swayed continuously. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and then began to cultivate on the spot. After 4 battles, Lin Ling was also at his peak. In his dantian, 7 streams of black spirit energy were constantly circling. Moreover, the medicinal effect of the black tortoise qi suppressing pill was continuously flowing into his dantian and being absorbed by Lin Ling. While he was cultivating, Inuer and Lu Qian went up one after another. However, although their opponents were strong, they were obviously not their match. In their opponent's group, only the thin and weak youth was the strongest. In this battle, Lin Ling's group won. Next, they would face the group of Rock Boulder. If they won, Lin Ling's group would be the champion of the 9th martial stage. Chapter 52. The final competition begins. In the afternoon, the final competition began. The spectators were extremely excited. The fighters who were about to compete were all waiting, not daring to underestimate any of their opponents. After all, to be able to reach such heights, none of them were weak. Pan Yan's group is very strong, especially Pan Yan. His cultivation is at the 9th level of body transformation. Even I may not be his opponent. Perhaps, this battle will be the end of our journey. After Lin Ling had rested, Lu Qian said with a dignified expression. A fighter must have a sharp spirit. Only by meeting strong opponents can one go further. In this battle, we may have a chance. Let's not weaken our momentum. Lin Ling said lightly. He sensed that Lu Qian's fighting spirit had weakened. Hearing this, Lu Qian's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. It seemed that she was not as good as this little junior brother. She pulled herself together and said, among the 3 opponents, Pan Yan is the strongest. He will be my opponent. I guess he will be the second to go up. The first to go up should be the middle of the group. You go up. Yes. After saying this, she looked at Lin Ling. The last person is a thin and weak youth. He should be the weakest. I will leave it to you. After all, your cultivation is low and you have fought a few rounds in a row. Your physical strength and spirit energy have not recovered. He is the most suitable opponent for you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. He did not care that the opponent was the weakest. Because no matter the weakest or the strongest, if Lu Qian lost, he would still go up. As for his physical strength and spirit energy not recovered? Perhaps others would be fatigued after fighting 4 rounds in a row, but Lin Ling's black spirit energy had a strong recovery ability. In a few hours, he had already recovered to his peak state. Okay, you prepare to go up. Yes. Lu Qian waved her fist. At the same time, the competition for the 10 champions had already begun. It was so intense that the crowd did not know which stage to watch. Lin Ling was not interested in watching the other stages. His gaze fell on Anuer's opponent. Anuer's opponent was Yi Tianling from the Fallen Leaves sect. This woman's strength was comparable to Anuer's, and her ranking in the sect was also the same. They were evenly matched opponents. Bang bang bang. Soon, the 2 of them began to fight. Yi Tianling used the 5 poison divine palm. Moreover, she seemed to have cultivated a defensive martial art. Every time Anuer attacked, she was able to deflect the force. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Anuer did not know what kind of spiritual body talent she had, but her protective upstanding chi shone with golden light. Her talent seemed to be good, but her actual combat experience was average. For a time, she was constantly suppressed by Yi Tianling. You and Yi Tianling's strength are equal, how can she always avoid Yi Tianling's attacks? If this goes on, she will definitely lose. Lu Qian said worriedly as she stared at the martial platform. Lin Ling looked for a moment and shook his head. Yi Tianling's attack is poisonous, and her defensive martial art is very strange. It is like a snake that can block attacks. Therefore, senior sister Yu should be looking for Yi Tianling's weakness. How do you know? Also, don't speak in such a nonchalant tone. Little sister Yu is your teammate. You should be nervous for her. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lu Qian said angrily. Her words made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. This senior sister Lu was as impulsive as always. Don't worry, she will win. Lin Ling said. Lu Qian obviously did not believe Lin Ling's words, because on the martial platform, Anuera's situation was getting worse and worse. Moreover, she was injured. Looking at Yi Tianling's appearance, it seemed that not only did she want to defeat Anuera, she also wanted to kill Anuera. The battle lasted for half an hour. Anuera was already dripping with sweat, but her beautiful eyes flashed. She won. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He guessed that Anuera had found the opponent's weakness. His words made Lu Qian stunned. She did not believe it in her heart, but in the next moment, she had no choice but to believe it. On the martial platform, Anuera's body, which was originally dim, suddenly shone brightly. She pointed out a finger. Her finger was like a golden light, swift and fierce, instantly hitting Yi Tianling's dantian. Yi Tianling's defensive martial art was very strange. It was like a snake, able to block a large number of attacks, but to hit the snake's weak point, the only weakness was the dantian, which could not block any attack power. Puff! On the martial platform, Yi Tianling spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the martial platform. After landing on the ground, she was unconscious. Anuera was panting, dripping with sweat. She stared indifferently at Yi Tianling below the martial platform. At that time, you and my junior brother exchanged a move. My junior brother said that he would repay you in the future. Today, I will repay you in his place. Her words made Lin Ling, who was standing far away, stunned. Then, his face became a little strange. Senior sister and had returned a palm strike for him. What did this mean? Shaking his head, Lin Ling also did not understand. In the first round, Lin Ling's group won. The second round was about to begin. This girl doesn't seem to have much battle experience, but she is very smart. She started off weak, conserving her strength and spiritual energy. Finally, she took a chance and turned the tables. But now she should have reached her limit. I can easily kill her if I go up. The second opponent finally appeared. It was Rock Pan. This person's cultivation was at the 9th level of the body transformation stage. He was ranked 6th among the Fallen Leaves sect's inner disciples. He was much stronger than Yi Tianling. I admit defeat. Anuera was very decisive. Rock Pan had not yet appeared and she had already admitted defeat. After all, she did not have enough strength and spiritual energy to continue fighting. Beauty, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I will ruthlessly destroy you. Rock Pan laughed coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Qian and waved his hand. You are the only one left. If you lose, your group will lose. As for the remaining youth, he is nothing to worry about. The spectators were all looking forward to it. Everyone knew that the battle between Lu Qian and Rock Pan would determine the outcome of the two groups. Because this was a battle between the main forces, they were all looking forward to seeing which group would be eliminated. I will definitely win. Lu Qian took a deep breath. Then, under Lin Ling's encouraging gaze, she walked towards the stage with large strides. Want to win? Against me, Rock Pan, the only outcome is death. On the stage, Rock Pan's lips curled into a cold smile. His smile was filled with killing intent. If a martial artist wanted to be strong, they had to fight against the heavens and snatch the source of life from others. The reason Rock Pan was able to reach where he was now was because of his ruthlessness. Back then, he was also an ordinary martial artist. However, he could not bear to be surpassed by his fellow martial artists. In the end, he hardened his heart and killed his childhood sweetheart. He stole her cultivation resources and walked step by step to where he was now. Being ruthless made one strong. Up until now, Rock Pan had lost count of how many opponents he had killed. Your style of martial arts is mostly rigid, while mine is mostly ruthless. Let's meet force with force. Without giving Lu Qian any time to prepare, Rock Pan attacked first. His entire body's protective aura was filled with killing intent. Small and large holes were shot into the ground. It was extremely terrifying. His killing intent had already locked onto Lu Qian. If she chose to dodge, then her momentum would weaken and she would be suppressed by Rock Pan. Therefore, she had no choice but to dodge. 3 Tyrant Palms, Tyrant Meteor, Tyrant Cloud, Tyrant Current Scar. Chapter 53. If you want to die, then touch her. Bang! The two of them collided like shooting stars. The entire martial stage was on the verge of collapse, leaving everyone dumbstruck. If you fall, your life is mine. After the first exchange, Rock Boulder's killing intent didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. He charged towards Lu Qian again. Obviously, he knew that although Lu Qian's cultivation level was similar to his, her foundation wasn't as solid as his. Therefore, he planned to exhaust Lu Qian to death. Bang bang bang. A crazy battle ensued. Astral winds rose in all directions, and spiritual chi fluctuated. It was as if 2 great demonic beasts were roaring at each other, causing many people in the surroundings to widen their eyes. The strength of these 2 people was too strong. Qian, And Yue called out softly from not far away. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lin Ling frowned. He could see that the situation was not optimistic. As time passed, Rock Boulder started to get injured. After all, he wasn't made of iron. However, Lu Qian's injuries were even more serious. It seemed like she couldn't even stand up. If we lose, Lu Qian's team is powerless to reverse the situation. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and said. They could also see the outcome of the battle. Lu Qian was ultimately weaker. Since Lu Qian had lost, her group would also be eliminated. Puff! Lu Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and her pretty face turned pale. Her legs went soft and she sat down on the ground. She no longer had the strength to fight. On the other side, although Pan Yen was also injured, he was clearly stronger than Lu Qian. His face was filled with a cold smile as he walked towards Lu Qian. What is he going to do? Seeing Pan Yan's actions, and Yuer's pretty face was filled with anxiety. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned tightly. In the next moment, his eyes flashed and a strand of killing intent flowed out from his eyes. He knew Pan Yan's intentions. Pan Yan wanted to kill Lu Qian. Although he had only met Lu Qian once, they were teammates. Moreover, this carefree senior sister Lin Ling also treated her as a friend. Now, Rock Pan wanted to kill his friend. The surrounding people also knew Rock Boulder's intention. They all sneered, their expressions extremely indifferent. You are the 10th woman that I, Pan, have killed. After killing you, my martial heart will become even more resolute. Pan Yan's countenance turned malevolent. He arrived in front of Lu Qian and slashed out with his claw. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with despair. She bitterly smiled in her heart as she thought of her younger brother and sister. In order to let them live a good life, she had embarked on the path of cultivation. However, the path of cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. She had ultimately failed to reach the end. If you want to die, then touch her. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, instantly attracting the attention of countless people. Rock Boulder's hand stopped. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a young man wearing a black mask. He stood there quietly, like a demon from hell. His eyes were indifferent, and his pupils were a strange green color that made people not dare to look at them directly. He didn't know why, but when he looked into the eyes of the ghost-masked youth, a feeling of terror suddenly arose in Rock Boulder's heart. He had a feeling that if he really killed Lu Qian, the mysterious ghost-masked youth would definitely kill him. This feeling made him swallow his saliva with difficulty. However, in the next moment, he came to his senses. Why was he afraid of him? The ghost-masked youth was only the weakest in Lu Qian's group. Was there a need for him to be afraid of him? Laughing coldly in his heart, Rock Boulder shrugged his shoulders. His hand turned into a claw, and he slashed forward again. He was about to kill Lu Qian in front of the ghost-masked youth. However, his hand quickly froze. He kept staring at the ghost-masked youth. When his hand was about to touch Lu Qian's neck, the ghost-masked youth's eyes turned even colder. This made him feel a sense of horror. What was even more terrifying was that if he killed Lu Qian, the youth might not care about the rules of the summit and directly kill him. This feeling was very crazy, and it shocked Rock Boulder. That youth was simply someone who didn't fear the heavens or the earth. Rock Boulder, it's fine if you win, but don't cause trouble. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the other side. The one who spoke was another member of his group, the thin and weak youth. Alright, Blood Sand, I'll give you face. Rock Boulder took a deep breath and withdrew his killing intent. However, he was still nervous. He was certain that although the ghost-masked youth wasn't strong, his aura was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Ling jumped down from the distance, picked up Lu Qian, and left the stage. At least you know what's good for you. Now, scram. If you want to die, then stay. In the next round, I'll take your life. Lin Ling's words were extremely cold, causing Rock Boulder's eyes to widen. What was this? Could it be that the ghost-masked youth wanted to kill him in the next round? Too arrogant. He's only the weakest in Lu Qian's group. Moreover, in the morning, he fought 4 rounds in a row. His physical strength and spirit chi haven't recovered. He actually dares to say that he wants to kill Rock Boulder? The crowd was also shocked. Rock Boulder was the strongest in the group, and the ghost-masked youth was the weakest. The strongest challenging the weakest, this was simply unbelievable. Rock Boulder, you're also injured. Let me do it. Next, I want to see what qualifications the weakest has to challenge others. At this moment, the thin and weak youth called Blood Sand spoke indifferently. What was extremely surprising was that this youth's words were very arrogant, as if he was ordering Rock Boulder. Could it be that his status was higher than Rock Boulder's? Senior Blood Sand, Rock Boulder was somewhat unwilling to leave the stage. After all, he had been provoked by Lin Ling. If he left the stage cowardly, it would be a disgrace, and it would also affect his martial heart. You hesitated before, and your martial heart has a flaw. I'll kill him for you and perfect your martial heart. Now get down here. Blood Sand coldly said. His last sentence carried a strong sense of authority, causing the surrounding people to be even more surprised. Yes, Senior Blood Sand. Yes. However, not only was Rock Boulder not angry, he seemed to be somewhat afraid and hurriedly left the stage. It seems that the strongest in Rock Boulder's group is not Rock Boulder, but that youth called Blood Sand. Yes. Many people suddenly realized. Moreover, this matter was not impossible. It was obvious that the youth called Blood Sand's goal was not to be the champion of the 9th stage, but to be the champion of the Genius Summit. Thus, he had been hiding his strength. Or perhaps, none of the martial artists on the 9th stage were worthy of him making a move. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in shock, the thin and weak youth Blood Sand leaped onto the stage. He was not tall, and his face was thin, giving off a refined feeling. Moreover, his half-closed eyes flickered with a faint murderous intent. After Lin Ling put down Lu Qian, he also walked back to the stage. His challenge surprised the crowd again. It was obvious that even Rock Boulder had to listen to Blood Sand. Blood Sand was definitely stronger than Rock Boulder, and was the true trump card of Rock Boulder's group. Lin Ling was the weakest existence in Lu Qian's group, but he still accepted the challenge. This made people surprised at Lin Ling's suicidal attitude. Chapter 54. The strongest hidden Blood Sand. In the 100,000 mountains, there are countless geniuses. In the Fallen Leaves sect, there is a genius with a fire spirit body called Ma Yan. This youth is famous in the 100,000 mountains, but no one knows that this was all arranged by the Fallen Leaves sect. Behind Ma Yan is an even more terrifying genius. In order to protect that genius, they threw Ma Yan out to attract the attention of their enemies. Blood sand. Shueisha said with an indifferent expression, and the genius hidden behind Ma Yan is me, 16 years old, 9th stage of physique tempering, Earth's spiritual body. Blood sand. As soon as he said those words, the faces of the surrounding people changed drastically. As expected, this blood sand was the true hidden expert. 9th stage of body transformation was one thing, but he also had a rare spirit body talent. How could Rock Boulder compare to him? This is the first time I've fought at the Genius Summit. But I want to use this opportunity to tell everyone that I, Blood Sand, have risen. Blood Sand. Ignoring the shocked gazes, Blood Sand's lips curved into a proud smile. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's shocked and fearful expression. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's eyes were still calm. No matter how strong Blood Sand was or how good his talent was, he didn't care. His ambition was even greater. 2 months from now, he would become a core disciple of the ancient Face sect. Although Blood Sand was strong, could he compare to a core disciple? I don't have the slightest interest in what kind of talent or strength you have. Let's end your nonsense here. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words weren't arrogant or ostentatious. They were very calm. But to Blood Sand, these words were arrogant to the extreme. Knowing his own strength and talent, this demon-faced youth could still maintain his calm and even disregard him. You're already dead. Blood Sand. Blood Sand's body emitted a shocking aura. Astral energy shield appeared. It was an earthy yellow color, a pure astral energy shield. It was extremely rare. Bang! 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 The martial stage shook as if a giant was stepping on it. The earth spirit body connected to the earth, as if it controlled the power of the earth. How terrifying! Look, the martial stage is rising. Blood Sand. Everyone stared at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The vast martial stage seemed to have risen by a foot. Shueisha's earth spirit body had taken control of the martial stage. This was a power that had already exceeded the knowledge of martial artists. The strange situation on this side caused even the spectators on the other martial platforms to raise their eyes to look, and those genius experts also frowned. They didn't expect that there was such a powerful genius hidden here. Congealing earth art, come earth. Blood Sand revealed a ferocious smile. He stretched out his right hand, and the protective aura around his arms spun madly. Gradually, a strange change occurred. Large amounts of gravel and dirt gathered on the ground, causing his arm to become crazily thick. This arm was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, and its surface was covered in mud. This is Yang Ming's first battle. However, no matter how weak you are, I won't hold back. I'll let those geniuses from Iron Devil know that I'm qualified to compete with them. Shueisha's gaze looked into the distance and landed on the geniuses of Iron Demon. He seemed to be fighting with Lin Ling, but in reality, he was also showing off his might to Iron Demon. That ghost-masked youth is very unlucky. In order to prove his strength, Shueisha used his full strength in this battle. Some people knew Shueisha's intentions and shook their heads. It would be difficult for the ghost-masked youth to admit defeat now. He would likely be smashed to pieces. At this moment, Lin Ling was clearly being ignored. Besides Inuer and Lu Qian, everyone else thought of him as a stepping stone for Shueisha's battle. 9th stage of body transformation, and he also has the talent of an earth spirit body. It looks like I'll have to use my full strength. Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. His complexion was dignified. Shueisha's strength was indeed very strong, and he was the strongest opponent he had fought so far. Lin Ling could not retreat, he could only fight. Thus, he needed to use an unprecedented strength and strike with all his strength. Lin Ling placed his middle finger in his mouth and gently bit down. He used the reverse blood technique, but he knew that with just the reverse blood technique, he was not Shueisha's match. Thus, the protective aura around his body crazily surged, flowing into his arms like water. He wanted to use the Tyrant Dragon Seal. Under the state of the reverse blood technique, using the Tyrant Dragon Seal would definitely be stronger than before. Everyone's gaze was still on Shueisha, but at this moment, a frightened voice sounded, "What? That ghost-masked youth hasn't given up, and his aura is getting stronger and stronger." This voice caused everyone's gaze to wander, their expressions becoming interesting. In their eyes, the ghost-masked youth had used some unknown martial art. His entire body was emitting white smoke like a dream, and at his palms, a domineering black spiritual energy was constantly tumbling, causing the martial stage to shake violently. They had a faint illusion that this was not a youth, but a sleeping black dragon that had awakened. Interesting. Shueisha's eyes narrowed slightly. The ghost-masked youth had not given up, and was planning to fight to the death. This caused him to smile, a smile filled with confidence. That was also good. If the ghost-masked youth gave up resisting and died like this, no one would know the strength of his condensing earth art. The ghost-masked youth had resisted, but still could not block a single move. This would prove the strength of Shueisha. Even ants drag out their lives, let alone humans. With your fighting spirit that does not fear death, I, Shueisha, will leave your corpse intact. Bang! 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 Shueisha took large strides forward, causing the entire martial stage to shake violently, as if a giant had walked past. And behind Shueisha, a giant earthen yellow arm emitted a dazzling light. The earth on his arm was condensed from spiritual energy, harder than steel, and as heavy as a mountain. Accompanied by the rumbling, Shueisha was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. That majestic aura caused An Yuer and Lu Qian to open their mouths wide, constantly shouting. They wanted Lin Ling to immediately admit defeat and leave the martial stage. However, the surrounding sounds did not enter Lin Ling's ears. At this moment, he had entered a strange state. Faintly, he seemed to see spiritual energy jumping in the air. Even with his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to clearly sense the changes in a 5-meter radius around him. Under the martial stage, there are 3 ants crawling, and one of them was suppressed to death by the aura. Under my feet, there is a crack in the stone bricks of the martial stage. I can clearly see all of this. This feeling was very strange, as if it was born in a state of concentration between life and death. However, Lin Ling knew that this strange change came from his eyes. Quietly, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Between his palms, the new Tyrant Dragon Seal was completely different. It was like a black ball the size of a fist, and on its surface, there were 7 black dragons spiraling. My strongest attack. Bang! Bang! With a step, Lin Ling also rushed toward Shueisha. His right hand seemed to be holding a black ball as he sent out a palm strike. Before the palm strike was sent out, the black ball of light emitted a terrifying aura, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. This caused Shueisha to frown. He had never seen this martial art before. This demon-faced youth did not seem as weak as he had imagined. Condensed dragon arm. Bang! Without thinking too much, Shueisha's giant arm broke through the ground like an earth dragon. Tyrant Dragon Seal. Bang! Chapter 55. Who was the dark horse? Both of them did not hide their strength. They both exploded with their strongest attacks. Blood Sand wanted to prove himself and use this battle to show his might, so he attacked with his strongest attack. As for Lin Ling, because the enemy was too strong, he had to explode with his full strength. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Tyrannical spiritual energy exploded. The martial stage bore the brunt of the impact and turned into dust. What a powerful spiritual energy. Bang! Pooh! Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that the giant hand in front of him was like a mountain that could never be shaken. The 9th stage of body transformation and the earth spirit body were indeed worthy of their reputation. But even so, Lin Ling's face was still without fear. He also wanted to see how strong the combination of the inverse blood technique and the tyrant dragon seal was. 7 dragons, condense for me and explode. Bang! With a low shout, Lin Ling's palm maintained its extended position. In his palm, the black spirit ball crazily rotated. The 7 black dragons gradually grew larger and larger, displaying their peak power. It's useless. You can't break my earth-condensing arm. Bang! Blood Sand shouted. His arm was like a yellow dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was as if he controlled the earth. The rock on his arm, with the surge of spiritual energy, constantly grew larger and longer. But in the next moment, when the power of Lin Ling's tyrant dragon seal erupted, his expression drastically changed. The black spirit ball did not seem to be worth moving on the surface. But the moment it erupted, the 7 black spiritual energy crazily surged. Blood Sand even had the illusion that he was facing the 7 ancient black dragons. How is this possible? Could it be that he's cultivating a 6th grade cultivation method? Bang! Shueisha was greatly alarmed. Meanwhile, his sturdy arm cracked apart with pa-pa-pa sounds. Dust flew everywhere, making his expression change greatly. Bang! The power of the tyrant dragon seal erupted. It was as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Under the collision of spiritual energy, the people around the martial stage saw a yellow dragon roaring. And opposite it, there were 7 ferocious black dragons. The 2 forces formed a 2-colored earth and black chi light cover. In the next moment, it exploded. At the same time, a figure flew out and crashed to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. His face was ferocious, but also as pale as paper. His arm was dripping with blood, and he stared in disbelief. How could you possibly defeat me? As soon as these words fell, he completely fainted. After getting a clear look at that person, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. That person was Blood Sand. At this moment, the 9th martial platform was filled with dust. The hard stone platform was shattered and scattered all over the ground. After the dust settled, a person covered in blood stood there. This person stood there without falling. He was wearing a black mask, and there were cracks on the mask. There were even traces of blood coming out from under the mask. He was none other than Lin Ling. In the previous clash, he had won by a narrow margin. In reality, if not for the black spiritual energy of the 9 dragons having the effect of healing injuries, perhaps he would not have won. At most, it would have been a draw. The combination of the tyrant dragon seal and the inverse blood technique gave him a strength as deep as a mountain. It allowed him to fight someone 2 levels above him. Of course, this was also because Blood Sand had underestimated his opponent. If he had not chosen to meet force with force, perhaps Lin Ling would have had a harder time winning. Of course, Lin Ling still had a trump card that he had not used. It was the eggshell seal. But this trump card was his final trump card. Unless it was a critical moment, he would not use it so easily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling did not say anything and left the martial stage. The surroundings were still silent, but soon, the crowd reacted. Exclamations sounded like waves. This battle was too exciting. It could be said that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Blood Sand, Earth's spiritual body, 9th stage of body transformation. His ambition was to defeat the top powerhouses like Iron Demon. His battle with the ghost-masked youth was supposed to be a battle that would make him famous, but he had been utterly defeated. Instead, the ghost-masked youth had stepped on him to become famous. As for the ghost-masked youth, everyone had thought that he was the weakest existence in Lu Qian's group. But now, everyone knew that this youth was the true main force. It seemed that not only had Blood Sand hidden his strength, but even the ghost-masked youth had hidden his strength. Moreover, the ghost-masked youth had hidden his strength even deeper. Without a doubt, the ghost-masked youth was the rising dark horse of the summit of geniuses. That ghost-masked youth is only at the 7th stage of body transformation, but he was able to defeat a 9th stage of body transformation. Lo! Since the summit of geniuses began, this was the first time he had spoken out of surprise. The cultivation method he practices must be of a very high level. Shi Menjian also lightly said. He did not know why, but a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the youth who had defeated Ma Yan not long ago in the square. Of course, this was only his guess. He was not certain. After all, in the 100,000 great mountains, martial artists were as numerous as carps crossing a river. Sometimes, it was not just one person that rose up. Iron Demon and Shi Menjian both looked at each other and suddenly revealed a smile of interest. That ghost-masked youth, unknowingly, was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Ling returned to his resting area. And Yuer's pretty face was filled with shock, and Lu Qian's expression was even more exaggerated. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She never would have thought that the most terrifying person in her group would be this youth. His strength was even stronger than hers, and he had even defeated Blood Sand. Especially when she thought of the first time they met, she had somewhat looked down on Lin Ling. Now that she thought of it, she suddenly blushed. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head at the two's surprise. After he gave some instructions, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. This guy really hid his strength well. Ha! And Yuer and Lu Qian both smiled. Unknowingly, they realized that the height they had reached had already exceeded their initial goal of participating in the summit of geniuses. 10 martial stages, the champion group was gradually born. Without a doubt, the most shocking one was the 9th martial stage. Many people were curious about the background of that ghost-masked youth. Of course, the people from the ancient Zhang family had a very normal reaction. Young master, that youth does not have a spirit-body talent. For him to be able to win, it must be because his cultivation technique is of a high rank. Perhaps it has reached the 6th grade of the yellow rank. An old man said to a luxuriously dressed youth. That youth smiled indifferently. In the 100,000 great mountains, a 5th grade cultivation technique is rare. A 6th grade cultivation technique is enough to be proud of. It seems that the youth had a fortuitous encounter. However, cultivation techniques are external objects, not talent. That ghost-masked youth's future cannot compare to Blood Sand. Young master. However, is young master curious about that ghost-masked youth's cultivation technique? If young master wants it, this old man will go get it for you. The old man said. His words were light and casual, as if snatching another person's cultivation technique was a very normal thing. Not interested. The luxuriously dressed youth shook his head in disdain. The old man smiled and did not say anything else. At the same time, in one of the corners of the plaza, a middle-aged man in black was drinking wine. He really is like Ling. However, his way of doing things is much more decisive than Ling. It's just that his talent does not seem to be a spirit body. As he spoke, he sighed and his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. Time slowly passed. After the champion group was born, the overall competition began. The overall competition was held on a huge martial stage. The 10 champion groups would fight together. In the end, the remaining 5 groups would obtain a rune bag. The remaining 3 groups would be rewarded with cultivation techniques and martial arts. After a long time, Lin Ling's injuries were almost healed. He opened his eyes and the first thing he noticed was a large number of gazes looking at him. These gazes were extremely complicated. There was envy, killing intent, reverence, and so on. Chapter 56. A crucial breakthrough. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. Not far away, several people were looking over with deep gazes. The one leading them was Xue Sha. He had already woken up, but his face was pale. It was clear that his injuries hadn't healed, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and killing intent. Shueisha clearly hadn't expected that his famous battle would turn into a humiliating one. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He had also been injured at the time. Otherwise, he definitely would have killed Shueisha. After all, Shueisha also wanted his life. Shueisha stared deeply at Lin Ling for a moment before finally looking away. It was unknown whether it was out of respect for Lin Ling's gaze, or because he wanted to quickly increase his strength and take revenge. Beside Shueisha was Pan Yen. At this moment, his face was filled with fear. Not long ago, Lin Ling had told him that if he went up again, Lin Ling would definitely kill him. At the time, he hadn't believed him. But now, he was glad that Shueisha had stopped him. Otherwise, he really might have died. Soon, Pan Yen no longer dared to look at Lin Ling. He didn't know that Lin Ling had already left behind a heart devil in his martial heart. Of course, Shueisha had also left behind a heart devil. Lin Ling shook his head. To him, those two weren't his targets. That feeling from before was so strange. Lin Ling thought back to that strange feeling from not too long ago. At that time, even though he hadn't opened his eyes, he had still been able to sense everything within 5 meters around him. Moreover, he could see even more clearly than his eyes. Just what was going on? Lin Ling knew that this strange change had been brought about by his eyes. And because his eyes contained the stone that his mother had left behind, this strange change had come from that stone. The stone allowed Lin Ling's eyes to see lost time, as well as the strength of others. Right now, his senses were even more sensitive than others. It had to be said that these senses, which were similar to spiritual force, would be of great help to Lin Ling in the future. Unfortunately, the range of this spiritual force was a bit too small. Perhaps only by finding my mother will I know what that stone is. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. Soon after, he sensed his dantian and was overjoyed. After going through so many intense battles, he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. There are still 2 months before the Gu Yen Sect's 6 Peaks Grand Competition. If I maintain this progress, I will definitely become a core disciple. When he thought of Alcade Peak and Huoleitang, Lin Ling's eyes became even more resolute. If Huoleitang didn't wake up, he would definitely protect Alcade Peak for Huoleitang. This was also the favor that he, Lin Ling, had to repay Huoleitang. Furthermore, he wanted Mo Jingtian to know that his master, Huoleitang, was not completely useless in Alcade Peak. At least, the disciples of Huoleitang Peak were not useless. They were the core disciples of Gu Yen's sect. At this moment, Lu Qian and Anuer also returned. Their faces were full of smiles. It seemed that they were still very excited about being part of the champion group. Lin Ling, have you recovered from your injuries? After seeing Lin Ling, Lu Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Not long ago, Lin Ling was seriously injured. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to recover without more than 10 days. However, Lin Ling recovered in just a few hours. What a monster. Senior Sister Qian, this guy doesn't follow common sense. And Yuer was already used to Lin Ling's mysteriousness. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "Next, our champion group will go through the overall competition. Do you think we should continue?" Lu Qian also looked at Lin Ling. In fact, they were already satisfied to be able to reach this height. Therefore, they wanted to see what Lin Ling wanted to do in the overall competition. After all, Lin Ling was actually the strongest in their group. Lin Ling frowned slightly. His purpose for participating in the competition was very clear. It was to temper himself. Now that he had achieved the effect of tempering himself, he could withdraw from the competition. I have no interest in entering the ancient Zhang family to cultivate. If there is anything, it would be a rune bag. Lin Ling looked at the two of them and said, "How about this, let's go on stage and admit defeat." Yes. Although he had defeated Shueisha, it was a fluke. Although Tai Mo and the others were also at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, they were definitely stronger than Xue Sha in terms of talent and martial arts. After all, Tai Mo and the others were ranked 2nd and 3rd among the inner disciples. Unless they broke through to the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Time passed quickly. Not long after, the overall competition began. On the square, the 10 stages combined to form an even larger stage. Around the stage, the martial artists from the 100,000 mountains were excited. The strongest battle had finally begun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the champion groups jumped onto the stage. Their faces were indifferent, but their eyes were shining with excitement. They all wanted to show off in front of the ancient Zhang family and dominate the 100,000 mountains. If there was a difference, it would be Lin Ling's team. In Lin Ling's team, the 3 of them were calm. They didn't want to compete. Perhaps they just wanted to go through the motions. The old voice once again sounded in the sky. After announcing the rules and rewards, the overall competition officially began. Fight, 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 Tai Mo, you will win. Fight. Senior Meng Haoran, Senior Wang Fei, kill them. Fight. Geniuses rise in the chaos. Fight. Around the huge stage, the voices were unceasing. However, on the stage, there was silence. The 10 groups didn't make a move, but looked at each other indifferently. Obviously, they were afraid that if they made a move against the other groups would make a move against them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No one wanted to be the mantis. Only Tai Mo's team was calm. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. You all fight. Leave the strongest group to fight with us. Tai Mo said indifferently. His meaning was clear. They disdained to make a move. Only after leaving the strongest group would they be interested in fighting. As soon as he said this, the other groups relaxed and began to choose their opponents. We don't plan to compete. We will leave in a while. Qian. At this time, Lu Qian's voice sounded. The genius experts of the other groups were stunned, then they sneered. At least you know what's good for you. Trash. 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 The crowd on the stage also laughed disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was a dark horse. In the end, this dark horse was weak and couldn't compare to the champion groups of the other stages. These idiots. Lin Ling didn't even look at these people. He was about to tell Anyuer and Lu Qian to leave. However, at this time, he suddenly frowned and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At this moment, monstrous waves appeared in his dantian. 7 streaks of black spirit energy crazily revolved like dragons circling around the eggshell seal. The black tortoise chi suppressing pill's medicinal effect continuously poured into his dantian. The 8th streak of black spirit energy quietly appeared. Obviously, after experiencing the previous battles, coupled with the black tortoise chi suppressing pill, Lin Ling had reached the critical point of a breakthrough. However, the time of this breakthrough was earlier than Lin Ling expected, and the location wasn't suitable. Frowning slightly, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. However, he knew that if he didn't break through now, the 8th streak of black spirit energy formed in his dantian would mutate. At that time, he would suffer from chi deviation and wouldn't be able to break through for the rest of his life. Anyuer, Lu Qian, I'm about to break through now. I'll have to trouble you to guard me. Yes. Chapter 57. Protecting Lin Ling. Anyuer and Lu Qian's faces changed. However, a martial artist's breakthrough depended on luck and energy. If they were delayed, their momentum would weaken, and the difficulty of breaking through would increase by several times. Good. Yes. The 2 of them nodded, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Ling suddenly sitting down to cultivate attracted the attention of many people. On the martial stage, the champion groups were all stunned, then they all sneered. Looking at the youth, it seemed he was close to breaking through. He really knew how to pick the right time. A martial artist's breakthrough depends on luck. Some take years to break through, some take a moment of enlightenment. No matter which it is extremely rare. In Iron Demon's group, Yufeng smiled. His smile was filled with schadenfreude. Yufeng, looks like you have bad intentions. Do you want to interrupt him? If a martial artist's breakthrough is interrupted, they will go berserk. If it's serious, their meridians will be broken, and they might even die. Shi Menjian shrugged his shoulders. Iron Demon revealed a mocking smile. In their hearts, Lin Ling had a high-level cultivation method and his strength was not bad. However, because he did not have a spirit body, they did not put him in their eyes. However, even if he was an ant, they did not want an ant to become strong and affect their status. Meng Haoran, others are breaking through, what do you think we should do? Shi Menjian disdained to make a move and said to a 9th stage of body transformation genius. The genius expert named Meng Haoran stared in shock. He looked over at Lin Ling, and then gave a sinister smile. To be able to easily kill a future opponent was something Meng Haoran would be happy to do. Thinking this, he slowly walked towards Lin Ling. Why is Meng Haoran walking towards Lu Qian's group? No, he wants to interrupt someone's breakthrough. This guy is really sinister. If a martial artist's breakthrough is interrupted, they will be crippled for life. Wow! Seeing Meng Haoran's actions, the people around the martial stage cried out in alarm. Of course, there were some who could not stand it and felt that the actions of these geniuses were extremely shameful. If you want to fight, then fight fair and square. What is a sneak attack when someone is breaking through? Unfortunately, the strong were respected in this world. Even if many people couldn't stand the sight of it, they didn't have the strength to stop it, and they could only sigh in their hearts that the ghost-masked young man was unlucky. Meng Haoran, there's no enmity between us, nor is there any competition between us. What's the meaning of this? Lu Qian and Yuer's faces were covered with frost. They could tell that Meng Haoran was trying to interrupt Lin Ling's breakthrough. This caused their hearts to burn with rage. On the path of martial arts, if you only attack when you have a grudge, then this world would already be filled with saints. Let's be frank, his rise has put us under some pressure. Now that we can easily kill him, why not? Both of you, scram. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Meng Haoran said expressionlessly. Lu Qian and Yuer both frowned. They looked into the distance and saw that the other teams were already fighting. As for the teams that were not fighting, they were smiling coldly as if they were watching a good show. Among them, the Iron Demon team was the most relaxed. No matter what, you have to stop him, said Lu Qian resolutely, taking a deep breath. Although she hadn't had much contact with Lin Ling, not long ago, when Rock Pagoda had wanted to kill her, Lin Ling had saved her. She would never forget that kindness. And Yuer nodded. Her usually indifferent face was now filled with an indescribable killing intent. Nobody can stop me, said Meng Haoran. Meng Haoran took a step forward. He waved his right hand, causing a sword to appear, which he stabbed toward Lin Ling Crunch. The sword glowed with a cold light, like the frost of winter. Vast amounts of icy chi shot out. For Meng Haoran to be able to stand on the martial arts platform meant that he was not some nobody. He had a water spirit body, and cultivated the level 3 technique, frigid ice incantation. His strength was above that of Bloodzan. After all, although Bloodzan's talent was no less than his, he hadn't cultivated for as long as Meng Haoran. Despicable! Cried Lu Qian. Lu Qian cursed angrily. Her body surged with astral energy, and she punched out. Her fist was unyielding, as if the heavens themselves were made of stone. Crunch. However, her strength could not compare to Meng Haoran's. Under his sword, her fist was frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Metal Thunder Sword. Boom! On the other side, Anuere coldly spoke. Her lily-white hand pulled at her waist, and a thin golden sword appeared. This sword was dazzling with golden light, like a blazing sun. Under the infusion of spiritual chi, the sound of thunder could be heard. One look and one could tell that it was extraordinary. Previously, she had not used this sword because it was her hidden trump card. But now, she had no choice but to use it. Huh. Compared to Lu Qian, you are the stronger opponent. Your innate talent is not as simple as a first-grade spirit body. Meng Haoran's expression changed. Anuere's aura made him not dare to underestimate her. As for the 3 members of the Iron Demon team who had been watching the battle, their expressions also changed. It must be known that the higher the innate talent of a spirit body, the stronger their strength. It was not impossible for an 8th stage of body transformation cultivator to defeat a 9th stage of body transformation cultivator. But that girl's innate talent of a spirit body was clearly higher than the others. She had hidden it very deeply. Interesting. This girl is mine. Mine. Shi Menjian licked his lips. His eyes were not filled with killing intent, but with greed. Anuere gave him the feeling that she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations. Of course, most martial artists did not look at appearance, but strength. Anuere had the looks, and in addition to her innate talent, it would be strange if Shi Menjian's heart was not moved by such a girl. Clang! At this moment, Anuere was like a proud daughter of heaven. Her entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. She pointed her sword forward, and her sword was like a meteor streaking across the starry sky. Meng Haoran's sword was a sword of ice. Wherever the sword passed, frost would appear on the ground. But after it collided with Anuere's sword, Meng Haoran's expression changed greatly. He heard a deafening sound of thunder, and his sword sensed a powerful force. The force was reflected back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily retreat. Meng Haoran was at the 9th stage of body transformation, but he had the innate talent of a first-grade spirit body. Even if he met an ordinary 10th stage body transformation cultivator, he would still have the qualifications to obliterate them. But Anuere was only at the 8th stage of body transformation, and yet she was able to defeat him. This proved that Anuere's innate talent of a spirit body was truly exceptional. I'll kill you. Kill. Meng Haoran's expression became ferocious. This woman belongs to me. At this moment, Shi Menjian's cold voice sounded out. His sword skills were also exceptional. He unsheathed his sword gracefully, and in a flash, he was like a white horse galloping through a gap. Not far away, Anuere's beautiful shoulder was pierced by the sword. Her cold face became even paler. Looking at Shi Menjian, he had already returned to his original position. From beginning to end, it was as if he had never used his sword. Clearly, his speed was very fast as lightning. No one could detect him. Meng Haoran looked deeply at Shi Menjian. He did not plan to attack Anuere, and instead walked towards Lin Ling. At this moment, no one could protect Lin Ling Bang. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. It was Lu Qian. I'm not dead yet. Go. At this moment, she was like a candle flickering in the wind. Her face was pale, and her right hand was still frozen into an ice sculpture. But her eyes were filled with determination, as if she was unafraid of death. Unless Lin Ling woke up, she would not leave. This girl's heart of martial arts is extremely firm. Once she sets her mind on something, she will not back down even if she dies. It's just that she does not have the innate talent. If she had the opportunity, perhaps she would be able to soar to the heavens. Go. Chapter 58. Lin Ling had made his move. Ha ha ha. You have guts, but you don't have strength. When I want to kill someone, I've never let them live. Ha ha. Meng Haoran laughed loudly. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He and Lu Qian had already become enemies. If Lu Qian were an ordinary person, he wouldn't fear her. However, her heart of martial arts was extremely firm. He had to kill her. Take my sword, June's flying frost. Haha. Whoosh. The cold sword pierced through the air toward Meng Haoran. Frost appeared on the martial platform, and a cold wind blew. The tip of the sword pointed toward Lu Qian. Lu Qian gritted her teeth, but the determination in her eyes grew even stronger. At this moment, an enormous aura appeared behind her. It was like the roar of a dragon, accompanied by a deep voice that seemed to come from the underworld. Everyone on the martial platform will die. Haha. As the voice echoed out, a pitch-black broadsword pierced through the air. It passed Lu Qian and slashed toward Meng Haoran's sword. The broadsword was like a black dragon. 8 streams of black spiritual energy roiled on the surface of the broadsword. It was so majestic that it seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Crack! The broadsword and the sword collided. In the next moment, the cold sword shattered into ice crystals. The broadsword was unstoppable. After breaking the sword, it slashed toward Meng Haoran. What powerful spiritual energy! Haha! Meng Haoran's face fell. He couldn't see anyone, only an enormous black broadsword slashing toward him. The broadsword seemed capable of severing heaven and earth. Retreat! Haha! Shocked, Meng Haoran leaped backward. He was fast, but the broadsword was even faster. Swish! The broadsword slashed down, and Meng Haoran's head was separated from his body. His head floated off into the distance, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't understand how he had lost. The martial arts platform instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking at the figure who was still standing. It was absolutely silent. You broke through. Haha. Lu Qian gaped for a moment, then cried out in joy. Her legs gave way, and she sat down. The person standing on the martial stage was Lin Ling. At this moment, his face was indifferent, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Earlier, if it were not for Lu Qian and Yuer protecting him, perhaps he would have failed to break through. The good thing was that the 9 dragons' force was not as fast as other techniques. In the moment of life and death, Lin Ling had finally stepped into the 8th level of physique tempering. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Lin Ling walked towards Yuer. Soon after, he helped Yuer to Lu Qian's side. You two have worked hard. I will remember your kindness. Now, you can leave the martial stage. Leave the rest to me. Yuer and Lu Qian were both injured. After hearing this, they nodded and left the martial stage. After the two left, Lin Ling looked at the people on the martial stage. His eyes were cold. Earlier, he had already said that he would not fight. It was only because he was at the critical moment of breaking through that he had no choice but to stay and cultivate. But these people had mercilessly stopped him. If they had succeeded in stopping him, Lin Ling might never break through again in this lifetime. He would forever be stuck at the 7th level of physique tempering. So this hatred, he had to take revenge. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Those who tried to stop me, step forward. I will let you see if I am trash. Pointing the broadsword in his hand, Lin Ling coldly looked at the people on the martial stage. Everyone was stunned. Even the surrounding crowd was stunned. Looking at the demon-masked youth's meaning, it seemed that he was going to return the favor to those who tried to plot against him. But the demon-masked youth had just broken through and was at most at the 8th level of physique tempering. And the geniuses on the martial stage, which one of them was not at the 9th level of physique tempering? Did this demon-masked youth have such strength? All 3 of us have, how about it? Stopping you from breaking through is not because we are afraid of you becoming stronger, but because the waiting time is too boring and we want to have some fun. The 3 members of the Iron Demon team all coldly laughed. They were clearly saying that they were the ones who stopped him, so what could he do about it? Ha ha ha, you were lucky enough to break through. Now if you don't obediently leave the martial stage, Could it be that you want to settle accounts with us? Yes. Although I didn't stop you, even if Meng Haoran didn't go up, would still go up. The geniuses of the other teams all laughed. This demon-masked youth was too arrogant, it made them very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was indifferent to everyone's mockery. He indifferently stared at the 3 members of the Iron Demon team. You 3, I'll settle accounts with you later. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other geniuses. You pieces of trash, now, die. Without another word, he took a step forward. A tyrannical spiritual energy caused the martial stage to tremble. Lin Ling turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the geniuses. Humph, insignificant skill. I'll let you experience my Jade Dipper body. One of the geniuses coldly snorted. His words were extremely arrogant. He was 19 years old this year and was ranked 4th among the inner disciples of the Flying Snow Palace. He cultivated a 4th-rank cultivation technique, the Sueyu tactic, which had an extremely strong defense. With this cultivation technique, there were no more than 20 people of the same age who could break through his defense. Cha-cha. Once the Jade Dipper body appeared, the genius's entire body was as brilliant as jade. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. 8 streams of black spiritual energy rolled in his body and flowed to the large saber as he chopped down. Pa-pa. The sound of rocks cracking could be heard. The genius's expression changed. He didn't expect the demon-masked youth's spiritual energy to be so dense and pure. Not only was it comparable to the 9th level of body tempering, it even had the possibility of surpassing it. Die. Lin Ling's gaze was cold as his spiritual energy exploded. Shwa. The genius's Jade Dipper body was broken and cut in half. The surrounding people were shocked. The demon-masked youth's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. Take my axe. If you can take it, my Wind Sky Mountain will admit defeat. At this moment, the shadow of an axe came from behind Lin Ling. It was as if it could split the heavens and the earth, causing the air to explode. This axe was very strong. The one who used it was a genius with the spiritual body of earth. Under this axe, unless one was at the 9th level of body tempering, no one could block it. Lin Ling suddenly turned around and faced the axe. His saber was like a moon as he chopped out horizontally. Pung! The saber and axe collided, causing the earth to crack. Lin Ling was the first to feel that the saber in his hand was emitting a faint sound. This saber was made of fine steel and was somewhat unable to bear the weight. If it wasn't for the black spiritual energy protecting it, it would definitely have cracked. Break for me. Lin Ling's gaze was sharp. Spiritual energy once again poured into the large saber. The saber's color became even darker, turning into a black saber. Cha! The hatchet in front of him was chopped apart, turning into pieces of broken iron. The genius holding the hatchet was stunned. He had never thought that this demon-masked youth's strength would be so strong. Could it be that he cultivated a 5th or 6th grade cultivation technique? My skills are inferior. I lost this time. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. The genius clenched his teeth and wanted to leave the martial stage. Die. Lin Ling cleanly and efficiently killed him with a single saber. When these people were strong, they could casually kill him. When they were weak, they wanted to leave with a single word of admitting defeat. The martial stage was already shocked. The demon-masked youth had consecutively killed 2 people. It had to be known that these 2 people were not weak. One was good at defense and the other was good at offense. They were extremely famous in the 100,000 Great Mountains. However, their offense and defense were unable to stop the demon-masked youth. Chapter 59. Battle of the Strongest Group. Below the martial stage, Anuer and Lu Qian were shocked, especially Lu Qian. She was so shocked that she even forgot to heal herself. He doesn't have an astral body talent, but with an ordinary person's aptitude, he even defeated an astral body talent. Furthermore, he defeated an astral body talent. This is too terrifying. His cultivation technique should be an 8th grade or 9th grade cultivation technique. And Yuer said with a serious expression. Lu Qian was even more shocked. In the 100,000 Mountains, a 5th grade body refinement realm cultivation technique was considered a sex signature cultivation technique. She didn't even dare to imagine an 8th grade cultivation technique. Or even a 9th grade cultivation technique? Is there a 9th grade cultivation technique? Yes. Yes, in the Cloud Imperial City of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the son of a noble king cultivated a 9th grade cultivation technique since he was young. And Yuer nodded. She seemed to know a lot of things. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with envy. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't know that Lin Ling cultivated a 10th grade cultivation technique. I didn't fight earlier, and you called me trash. Fine, I will fight now. Who's next? Yes. On the martial stage, Lin Ling was unstoppable. Apart from Tai Mo and the other two, the others were not his match at all. I beg for mercy. I didn't stop you earlier and was fighting with another person. I hope you can spare my life. Yes. Please be merciful. Yes. The remaining people's faces changed as they begged for mercy. Martial artists all had a sharp spirit and didn't easily admit defeat. However, this was based on the premise that their strength was comparable. However, once the opponent surpassed them by too much, begging for mercy wasn't a rare thing. As for the demon-masked youth, his strength surpassed them by too much. No one could block his saber and was almost invincible. Kneel down and you can live. Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently, extremely decisive and powerful. Those genius martial artists immediately revealed bitter expressions. Kneeling down was shameful. After all, many people were watching. They were the top of the 4 major sections. Thinking like this, one of them wanted to beg for mercy. However, when he met Lin Ling's cold eyes, his legs immediately went soft and he knelt down. He realized that the demon-masked youth's eyes were very cold. If he hesitated, the demon-masked youth might kill him. Plop. The other geniuses also knelt down, not daring to be arrogant anymore. Although face was important, their lives were more important. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. These genius powerhouses had been arrogant before, thinking that they would be able to obtain a ranking and become famous. But the demon-masked youth had admitted defeat at the start, not intending to compete. But the other genius powerhouses thought that the demon-masked youth was a soft persimmon, and they all wanted to bully him. This caused the demon-masked youth to resist, and he killed several of them, causing the remaining ones to beg for mercy. It had to be said that this process was extremely ironic. Your turn. Lin Ling looked at Iron Demon's 3-man team, a cold smile appearing on his face. Originally, he wanted to focus on tempering himself and did not want to compete for anything. However, these people just had to look for trouble and stop him from breaking through. Since that was the case, he had to kill these 3 people. This ghost-masked youth is so arrogant. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a cold breath. No one had expected the demon-masked youth to be so arrogant. After defeating the other genius experts, he even dared to directly challenge the Iron Demon team. Did he want to trample all the geniuses of the 100,000 great mountains under his feet? The 3 members of the Iron Demon team stood quietly. When Lin Ling defeated the other geniuses, they were not moved. But now, Lin Ling was not willing to give up and wanted to challenge them. This made them a little surprised. The 3 of them looked at each other with indifferent expressions, as if they were asking who would come. Although Lin Ling had defeated many people, they did not put it in their eyes. Because to them, what Lin Ling could do, they could also do. I'll go. If the 2 of you go, it will be difficult for the martial stage to survive. At this time, Yufeng walked out, his face arrogant. He pulled out a large saber from his back. I, Yufeng, am at the 9th level of body transformation. I have the talent of the wind spirit body. I practice a 4th level cultivation technique and am ranked 2nd among the inner disciples of the Wild Saber sect. You only have one chance to escape. If you miss it, you will die here. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was only at the 8th level of body transformation. He did not put him in his eyes. You don't have a single chance. Lin Ling shook his head. The determination in his eyes was very obvious. He must kill Yu Feng. After saying this, he did not hide his strength. He knew that when facing a strong opponent like Yu Feng, he had to use 70% of his strength. At this moment, he put his finger into his mouth and lightly bit it. Reverse blood technique. N. Lin Ling's words made Yu Feng frown, but he quickly sneered, "You don't have the strength." After saying this, he instantly attacked. Jinfeng Saber. When Yu Feng's saber came out, the martial stage made a crashing sound as if it was being attacked by a strong wind. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Feng's protective chi was like a tornado. The small stones around him were all sucked in and then crushed. He held the large saber in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling, his speed as fast as the wind. That is the Wild Saber sect's secret technique, the Wild Wind technique. It has reached the 5th level. This Yu Feng is highly valued by the Wild Saber sect's leader. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to learn this technique. Tai Mo faintly said. Shi Menjian also nodded. It is said that his martial art, the Jinfeng saber, was practiced by the sea. He can sense the path of the sea wind. When he wields his saber, not a drop of water can leak out. In the 10,000 great mountains, there were not many strong people that could enter their eyes. Yu Feng was one of them. This saber, without the 10th level of body refinement, no one can block it. In mid-air, the Wild Wind saber appeared, locking in the direction of Lin Ling's escape, making it impossible for him to escape. Is that so? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. The steel saber in his hand made a buzzing sound. 8 streams of black spirit energy spiraled around the saber as he slashed out. Since there was no way to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. Boom! The two sabers collided, causing a loud explosion. The huge martial stage cracked and was also scrapped. Interesting. Yu Feng was a little surprised that his saber did not kill Lin Ling. However, he sneered. The saber in his hand turned into a wind eye and crazily rotated. Lin Ling's saber blocked in front of his body. It was constantly slashed by Yu Feng's saber, making crackling sounds as sparks flew in all directions. It had to be said that Yu Feng was indeed very strong. Even with Lin Ling's 9 dragon strength, he could not suppress Yu Feng. This made Lin Ling a little surprised. And now, Yu Feng's saber turned into a wind eye, constantly rotating like a spinning top. If this continued, Lin Ling might be fine, but the steel saber in his hand would definitely not be able to withstand the impact. If he dies, Yu Feng's wild blade will not stop until it kills the enemy. Shi Menjian smiled coldly, as if he could see the result. The battle on the martial stage was extremely dazzling. The surrounding spectators all held their breaths, afraid that they would miss something. If this continues, I will only be at a disadvantage. I must take the initiative. Lin Ling seemed to be in a dangerous situation, but his face was extremely calm. His eyes were constantly looking for a loophole in Yu Feng's martial arts. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Yu Feng was like a spinning top, constantly rotating and killing everything. However, it was only aimed at the middle part of the body. His saber could not cut through the lower part of the body. Thinking like this, Lin Ling released the saber in his right hand. His body slanted and shot forward while flat on the ground. Give up on the saber? Is he stupid? Without a saber to block Yu Feng's attack, he will definitely be cut in half. The surrounding people were shocked. They could not understand Lin Ling's intention. Even Shi Menjian and Tai Mo were puzzled. However, in the next moment, everyone understood Lin Ling's action. They saw Lin Ling approaching Yu Feng on the ground. With a push of his palms, Yu Feng's entire body was lifted up. Yu Feng was still spinning, his saber crazily killing everything, but he could not cut through Lin Ling. Lose. Chapter 60. Clash of the Strong. Boom. This smash was like a volcanic eruption. The entire stage was smashed into a 10-meter wide crater. Inside the crater, Yu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he had stopped using his martial arts. One must know that his martial arts, Gale Blade, was extremely terrifying. There was nothing it could not cut and no one could block it. But he did not expect it to have such a flaw. The stronger the martial arts, the more obvious the flaw. Sometimes it was even easier to break than other martial arts. Of course, it was easy to say, but not everyone could see through it. It could be said that Lin Ling was the first martial artist in the 10,000 Big Mountains to easily break Yu Feng's blade technique. From Lin Ling's abandonment of his blade to his counterattack, it only took a few breaths of time. When everyone saw the scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly admired Lin Ling's insight. Your martial arts, from now on, are no longer worthy of respect. Boom. Lin Ling jumped and took back his blade. Holding it with both hands, he slashed at Yu Feng who was in the crater. Not good. Boom. Shimenjian's face changed. Without caring about his face, he pulled out his sword and turned into an afterimage, shooting at Lin Ling. This time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly fighting two people at the same time. Many people saw this scene and could not help but despise Shimenjian. That ghost-masked youth had already fought all the strong geniuses. Now, Shimenjian even launched a sneak attack. Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. Despicable. Boom. Sensing the sword light behind him, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He had two choices. 1. Give up on killing Yu Feng. 2. Risk getting injured and kill Yu Feng. In an instant, his eyes revealed determination. His right hand held the blade, but his left hand loosened. A tyrannical spirit energy poured into his left hand, causing it to turn pitch black. He suddenly punched at Yu Feng who was on the ground. How people treat me, how will I treat people? The moment you stopped me from breaking through, you were already dead. Boom. Boom. This punch was powerful. After reaching the 8th stage of body transformation, the 9 dragons' energy became even more tyrannical. The power of the spirit energy increased several times. This punch was enough to take Yu Feng's life. Yu Feng's face was pale. In his eyes, the fist that was falling from the sky was getting bigger and bigger. It was going to kill him. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. This demon-masked youth acted in a low-key manner, but once he was provoked, that was the same as provoking the god of death. He would erupt with a strength that surpassed your imagination and kill you. No. Yu Feng roared, he was very unwilling. With me here, you can't kill him. At the back, Shimenjian's face was ashen. He clearly knew that he had made his move, but this ghost-masked youth still dared to kill Yu Feng. He was simply ignoring him. You're late. Lin Ling laughed coldly and punched out. The dense power shattered Yu Feng's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. How dare you? I'll take your life. Shimenjian is instantly enraged. He thrusts out his sword, wanting to take Lin Ling's life. At this critical moment, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. The saber in his right hand slashed out. Clang. This slash seemed casual, but it strangely blocked Shimenjian's sword. It must be known that Shimenjian's sword was known for its speed. According to the rumors, he was able to cut a falling leaf into 99 pieces in a single breath. This clearly showed how fast his sword was. However, Lin Ling still blocked it. This made many people shocked. One must know that Lin Ling was fighting 1 against 2. After defeating Yufeng, he blocked it in a short period of time. Yet, he still blocked it. One must say that the demon-masked youth's battle awareness exceeded many people's imagination. Shi Menjian was also shocked, but his face became colder. His sword instantly trembled. Understanding sword. His sword became unpredictable, as if it could pierce through everything. No one could block it. Kacha. This sword suddenly seemed to come from the horizon. With a swift and fierce, it pierced through Lin Ling's saber. At the same time, the sword pierced through Lin Ling's shoulder. Obviously, with the sharpness of this sword, very few people in the entire 100,000 mountains could block it. No matter how strong your attack was, or how strong your defense was, it was useless. One sword to break 10,000 techniques, to pierce through everything. Is he dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This battle was too exciting. They were very curious whether the demon-masked youth was dead or not. Shi Menjian slightly breathed. The demon-masked youth was difficult to deal with, it was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, his understanding sword was stronger, otherwise, the battle situation would be unimaginable. Just as he was about to speak, the demon-masked youth, who had lost his saber, raised his head. Under the mask, his eyes were extremely cold. The previous you, when were you arrogant and did not put me in your eyes? Now, you sneak attacked me. Is this the style of you, Shi Menjian? Ice-cold words floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this time, a black sphere of light appeared in his left hand. Above this sphere of light, 8 black dragons circled around. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Lin Ling's words were filled with ridicule, causing Shi Menjian's complexion to pale. He was a proud son of heaven. When Lin Ling broke through, he disdained to stop him and let others do so. But now, he had launched a sneak attack, and even fought 1 against 2. Just based on this, he had lost all face. You should be regretting that you didn't stop me before. Now, you no longer have the chance. Lin Ling coldly said. As his words fell, he took a step forwards, allowing Shi Menjian's sword to pierce through his right arm. In his left hand, the black sphere of light began to crazily revolve. Tyrant Dragon Seal. The Tyrant Dragon Seal at the 8th stage of body transformation, in addition to the reverse blood art, was extremely powerful. Even Lin Ling found it hard to imagine just how powerful it would be. Lin Ling's intention caused Shi Menjian to be shocked. What kind of courage was this? To use his body to pierce through the sword. But he didn't have time to be surprised. He knew that Lin Ling was going all out. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish and let you see my true trump card. Shi Menjian coldly shouted. His right hand abandoned the sword, and his hands moved frequently, forming complex hand seals. At this moment, the 2 fingers on his right hand were as dazzling as the sun. The color was white. Looking from afar, it was a shocking sight. Ask the Heaven Sword Finger, a profound grade 1 martial art. Seeing that finger, some experienced martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Up until now, the martial artists of the 100,000 Great Mountains had all cultivated yellow-ranked martial arts. Profound ranked martial arts were cultivated by martial spirit realm experts. The greatest characteristic of this martial art was that it could break out of the body and kill people from 1,000 meters away. He is only at the 9th stage of body transformation. The spirit energy in his body has not changed, so it is impossible for him to break out of the body. But even so, for a body transformation cultivator to cultivate a martial art of the martial spirit realm, this is extremely terrifying. A martial artist said. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. It was certain that with the power of this profound ranked martial art, Shi Menjian could kill any body transformation cultivator. I didn't stop you from breaking through earlier because I disdained you. Now you know the reason. Shi Menjian said with a cold expression. At this moment, he was extremely confident. It was as if he didn't put any body transformation cultivator in his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ling turned a blind eye to him as the tyrant dragon seal in his hand shot out. At the same time, Shiminjian's sword finger also pointed out. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.